we have keynote lecture first and Q&As. Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming to this afternoon session on climate finance. We think of climate finance as a critical gap and a critical link between the ambitions that we've been talking about in advance of COP and the implementation of action and sort of addressing the problem of climate change. So we have two sessions that are starting now. The first is the academic session, where we have presentations from Harrison Hong and Patrick Bolton. We're going to have Harrison first. Harrison is the John R. Eckel Professor of Financial Economics at Columbia University. He previously taught at Princeton and Stanford and is a leading scholar in behavioral finance, asset pricing, and the economics of financial markets. He received the Fisher-Black Prize in 2009 for original research with practical relevance to finance, and Harrison earned his PhD in economics from MIT and has a BA from UC Berkeley. Patrick Bolton is the Barbara and David Zalaznik Professor of Business at Columbia Business School and a visiting professor at Imperial College London, past president of the American Finance Association. He is known for his work on contract theory, corporate finance, and industrial organization. More recently, his research has focused on how financial markets and institutions respond to climate risks and the role of policy in shaping corporate behavior. He's also the co-author of several influential books, including Contract Theory and Coping with the Climate Crisis. So we're going to start with Harrison, who will speak for 30 minutes with questions throughout, and then Patrick will present after that. Thank you very much.
All right, great. The clicker working, or am I still using this roller? The clicker's working.
Whether it skips and comes back.
Great. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for having me here. So I'm going to, so Anthony invited Patrick and I to talk about climate finance. I'm not sure what climate finance really is, but I'll put together some slides and talk about some of the things I'm interested in that has an overlap between financial economics and environmental and climate issues. So I'm going to focus today on sort of one particular aspect of the climate crisis, which is pertaining to adaptation and the role of finance in adaptation.
Screen.
Okay, great. All right, so this is a picture from The Economist. So about a year ago, I was in Brazil. Jose Schenkman, who you probably saw in one of these in one of the evening lectures, it was his like 75th celebration. He's had like many different celebrations by his friends. So the last one was in Brazil. And so when I was there, I was actually going to talk about some other issues that I was interested in. And it turned out that as I was there were these torrential rains, like for kind of a number of epic days. The southern Brazil, this Rio Grande Sul area, just got kind of flooded, and there's just like hundreds of thousands of people got displaced. The entire economy there basically just came to a standstill. Okay, and of course, the Economist headline rightly kind of asked whether these huge floods in Brazil are kind of a harbinger of disasters to come. And actually, climate scientists are kind of not sure. I mean, I think generally, even though I think we typically think all disasters will be kind of increasing in the future, I think if you actually look at a lot of the science models, there's actually quite a lot of dispersion in terms of climate models, in terms of asking what would be the different outcomes in terms of whatever extreme weather you're seeing in a 2°C world versus sort of a previous pre-industrial era. So here's an example. So for instance, as far as like understanding, let's say the frequency projections for major cyclones, there's about, I think, 50 leading models in the world, from various, entities. And this is a histogram in terms of these types of projections about, for anywhere in the world, what would be your prediction of your model for the change in the frequency of these extreme events. Okay, and the histogram basically says, well, I guess most models are a little bit on the positive side. There's obviously one model that basically thinks like the frequency will kind of double, and then there are actually some models where it actually thinks there'll be kind of less extreme cyclones. And certainly, when you think about for any given country, right, then the dispersions just go way out because the models really have no way of really having any kind of accuracy at the level of a particular even at the kind of the basin level, there's just a huge amount of dispersion. These are box plots of kind of the same sets of models. On the other hand, we've had a huge amount of work. I mean, a lot of it from the folks here in development and environmental in terms of understanding more event study type stuff. Like what happens when a country gets hit by a disaster? So there's a huge amount of work on this, and I think Sylvia gave kind of a nice talk on some of the econometric issues associated with these types of studies where, you're thinking about GDP per capita, there's a disaster, there's some trend line of growth, right? And what happens then when you get hit by a disaster? And I think for a while, people were kind of evaluating all kinds of optimistic scenarios about build back better, et cetera. But, at this point, I think the literature is mostly settled on these two lines, right? It's either like some slow recovery to trend or maybe no recovery at all, depending on the circumstance. But what is, I think, indisputable, if you combine the uncertainty in the climate models with kind of these event studies in terms of a particular extreme event and the resilience of an economy to an extreme event, I think what is true is that future generations are going to face a lot more disaster risk than our previous generations. Okay, so future generations are just going to bear much more risk. So this is what I call kind of the intergenerational equity view of global warming, which I think traditionally integrated assessment models and evaluations of the climate crisis aren't very good at capturing because, we want to have some positive discount rate when we kind of write down our models and, kind of far out, we don't care basically. But if you kind of put on a more ethical intergenerational equity lens, you kind of do care and you probably want to work that into your Bellman equation, if you will, when you think about policy and responses. And I want to kind of get to that a little bit because I'm particularly interested in this type of issue. Okay, and kind of the narrative is pretty simple. Future generations, they're going to bear kind of much more risk than previous generations. So, hence, they're going to get potentially much more facing more of these tail events, which, knocks out the capital stock, which basically means a lower standard of living. All right, I'll give you a summary because I may not get through all of it. So I'll try to kind of make the following points, and I'm kind of approaching this predominantly with a kind of a macro finance lens, where I kind of interpret everything through some type of a statistical process for the underlying extreme risk that a country faces. You could kind of adapt this for a county level if you want. I'll kind of narrate this mostly at a country level, and then I'll kind of think through a model where it's kind of an AK model. Where kind of, capital is the main input, you're going to get these it's a jump process, with some arrival, which I'm going to claim is basically has to be non-IID to fit the data. And this non-IID-ness, or what in the verbiage of financial economists, we call this volatility clustering, right? Which I think is an important thing, I think, to kind of bring into studies in terms of modeling the damages. As I'll kind of argue, volatility clustering goes a long way in explaining why you see these kind of really persistent economic damages. That is, well, I'll kind of argue it's going to get captured pretty well in the international data by Tobin's Q. Because basically what's going to happen is when a country gets hit by a shock, is not just a direct damage or some other disruptions that the country is facing. It's also a signal to the broader investment community, right? Because of volatility clustering, that, hey, you know what? I'm going to be getting more of these shocks for the next decade. I might want to scale back on my investment, which hence means kind of a lower investment opportunity set going forward, and maybe scale up my adaptation. So rather than thinking about planning for growth and all this stuff, I'm going to basically play defense, if you will. And I'm going to use this narrative about this non-IID-ness of extreme weather to talk about how to kind of do a few things. First, I want to kind of convince you that I think you can estimate some modest return to adaptation using only within country time series estimates. So that is, I'm going to break away from these panel type of setup. I'm just going to estimate things at kind of country by country level. And I'm only going to use then the fact that there's just some volatility clustering. Okay. And then, kind of the numbers are, and so the basic intuition is like this. So in the time series of a country, given that the arrival basically is a signal of future arrivals. That's going to be basically mean a signal for the investment community to scale back their investment, scale up their adaptation. So what that means is that they're kind of ready for the next subsequent disaster. So when you think of modeling conditional damages, period is the volatility clustering, right? Subsequent to this volatile cluster, you should have for any given arrival, less damage, which is what I'm going to narrate as my, and I'll kind of in an AK model, it all works out as a way of measuring basically kind of the benefits of adaptation, net of costs. And so the numbers would be something like, you know, if you do some counterfactual, it would be sort of like 3% a lower income in 2019 if there were not this sort of adaptation that's going on, this latent adaptation process that's going on in the background. The second point I'm going to marry this to, this is the finance part, is that using kind of the same set of identification in terms of this volatility clustering, what you see is that arrivals significantly increase sovereign credit risk. Okay. And it also elevates migrant remittances. Right. So what does higher sovereign credit risk means? So the governments would like to borrow to maybe do some public adaptation projects, but can't. It's just too expensive. Right. Capital markets are not gonna allow them to do that. That's what kind of sovereign credit risk result tells you. And in any model you write down, there can be both public adaptation and private adaptation. Typically, we think the public adaptation is kind of more efficient because you can protect the city. Private adaptation, you know, the migrant remittances is just going to help protect their household. But the problem is, and this is kind of what I'll link to the finance part, there's kind of well-documented financial market frictions in terms of the ability, right, of countries that particularly have high levels of debt for them to continue basically to kind of borrow on other types of projects. And kind of the way to kind of link up the identification is to see the following. Countries at times of high risk, meaning, again, using this volatility clustering, times that an economic model would tell you they should just be really adapting and spending and guarding because, you know, they're facing this bad future, actually can't borrow. Right? And then economics will also tell you that, of course, the private adaptation has to kick in. Okay. And so, kind of one conclusion is that there's going to be there's obviously kind of two types of effects. So one type is like a level effect. There's probably just too low adaptation due to these kind of financial frictions. These are kind of well-known issues, for instance, in corporate finance, what we typically call like a debt overhang problem. External creditors who hold the kind of the senior debt, you have to kind of gather all of them to kind of renegotiate basically these packages to make investments that would be probably good for them, but individually they may not want to deal with. Okay. But there's also, I think, kind of a suboptimal mix of adaptation, I think, in these countries. Okay. And so I'll kind of talk a bit about policy remedies. There's nothing here that I'm going to say is particularly novel. All of them have been mentioned if you read kind of policy papers on sort of these issues. But what I hope to do is to kind of convince you that I think we could link some causal estimates, some modeling, and get a little more quantitative with thinking about which of these policy remedies are likely to be kind of first order or second order in terms of their importance. Okay, so let me just any kind of questions before I get started. So that's kind of the kind of the broad thing. So let me talk a little bit about the data I'm going to use. So you know, I know sort of the folks in this room are fantastic microeconomists and fantastic in terms of getting detailed data on damages and kind of at the micro level. I'm more on the lazy macro finance economist side. So I try to collapse as many things as possible. So this is kind of what you should take it in that spirit. Okay, so don't look down on me too much in terms of the analysis. But mostly I'm hoping to kind of marry this to some quantitative model in the background. I'm not going to talk about the quantitative model, obviously, because it's not kind of really appropriate for the setting. I'll just sort of state a bunch of results and claims. So the basic data that I think all of you have kind of worked with, or a number of you, is it's obviously the cyclone arrivals data, and then the heat wave arrival data is just sort of, I want everything to fit into a jump process. So typically in the literature, and I think as Sylvia kind of talked about, when people kind of measure, and also the other paper that was also excellent this morning on the biases associated with binning, typically people work with more continuous temperature variables. right? Because a lot of the economic outcomes people measure with these temperature variables. But what I'm gonna argue a few things. The first thing is that if you want to think about mostly at the country level, what does a pretty good job is that, look, most of the extreme temperature spikes are really kind of summer heat waves. Not much is really going on in these winter periods. So I'm just gonna lump essentially everything into kind of a summer dummy variable. So, in the summer, if a country has abnormal 1 degree relative to historical norm, I'm gonna call that country got hit by a heat wave. And so kind of the frequency you should think about is basically something like, 0.134, right? This is sort of a disaster arrival. If you take kind of basically think of this as a kind of an intensity measure. So 13.4% of the country year observations are hit with a cyclone. So 1 over 0.134 is about 1 every 7.5 years is basically your kind of Poisson arrival rate. Right? A country is going to get hit with a disaster once every kind of 7 years or so. For heat waves, it's a little more frequent, not surprisingly, that you're going to get kind of this intense summer. Okay. And here, let me kind of show you these kind of a standard dynamic panel event study plots. The GDP growth, all of you know, basically, when you get hit, when a country gets hit, its GDP growth is kind of down for any number of years. Okay. Investment is down for a bit as well. Okay, out to kind of a few years. And here's the thing I'm going to kind of talk about. That's probably maybe a little bit less new to you. Tobin's Q is simply going to be the stock market value of these countries divided by its book value. You can see basically the stock market reacts. Okay. This part is particularly important because in a Q model, B and C are basically linked. Yeah, this is kind of the same thing. Now, why is this important? It basically says that, look, if you look at asset markets, right? If you take, for instance, like a typical AK model with a disaster, disasters come. If the disasters are IID, right, all that happens is capital gets destroyed. You just start again at a lower rate, but you grow just as before. It's like basically instantaneous recovery to trend. Yeah. You have instantaneous recovery to trend. So what might be one reason you don't have instantaneous recovery to trend is because Tobin's Q falls, is because basically the market thinks there's ball clustering, right? That over the next 10 years, I'm going to see more of this stuff. And in fact, in the data, that is sort of what happens. The process is basically non-IID. Okay. After an arrival, you'll see more frequent arrivals in that country. So there's basically kind of ball clustering. And I think this ball clustering is kind of two things. First, I think it's important for the economics, and also it's kind of very interesting from the point of view of identification, to the extent that we think that basically this is just kind of exogenous, and we're going to use that time series variation. Okay. So kind of, you can kind of get more of the details of the model. So I have this paper in Econometrica that was published a couple of years ago that kind of takes you through the calculation of what happens in an AK model with a non-IID extreme weather process. Because once the extreme weather process becomes non-IID, learning has an important role. Because agents begin to have to update basically their plans and whatnot. And so then kind of the main thing is that the events trigger costly adaptation in anticipation of then more frequent disasters as you scale back your investment plans. Okay. So kind of a very simple model that I'm going to narrate, because I'll kind of use this just to show you some numbers, is kind of there's a lot of different ways you can think about estimating kind of a non-IID process, but kind of the one that fits really well is kind of a simple Bayesian mixed Poisson process model, where you think about there's a kind of a good state and a bad state. So in the good state, think about it's like a good climate state. We're in this kind of experiment. Mother Nature knows, whether it's going to be good or bad, and depending on draws, we're going to basically make some inferences. So like, is climate change going to be bad for the severity of extreme weather, or will be kind of okay for the severity of extreme weather? Okay. And so then every time you see an arrival given by the red dot, you could think about, you start with some posterior. You basically say, well, the climate scientists think that, there's some chance that maybe I don't put too much weight on these extreme models, but as I get basically more and more clustered arrivals, I'm going to basically update my beliefs. And anytime there's not an arrival, basically the beliefs kind of regress back down to kind of the good state. Okay, and this is kind of what finance economists maybe like 10, 20 years ago, discovered is a pretty compelling process to explain a whole host of asset pricing phenomena, because obviously climate disasters are not the only disasters that asset markets face. Right? There's lots of disasters. Okay, so climate disaster is kind of a subset among the many disasters that asset markets would have to process. Okay, so how can we kind of then estimate this? So this is kind of a recent working paper, so the idea is the following: we kind of estimate these state-dependent marginal effects, right, to capture the return of adaptation. We're going to do something like this. We'll estimate for each country by country, a time-varying risk model. Okay. So I'm not going to use any panel. I'll just kind of do this. So we could do it a number of different ways. We're going to use simulated method of moments. Okay, to pin down 3-parameter extreme weather process. A prior, which we set based on historical data, and then basically this lambda G and lambda B that captures basically the good and the bad state arrival rates. And then, using kind of an AK setup, what would be kind of a specification would be the growth rate of the economy, right? Net of its investment plans, net of depreciation, is then going to be a function of the pi, which is the disaster risk that the country is expecting, which can vary non-linearly. B is the arrival of a disaster, would be 1 or 0, and then epsilon would be some kind of idiosyncratic shocks. So we're going to do a Taylor, you could do a bunch of different things. We're going to do something really simple. We'll just do a Taylor approximation around F. So then you'll get kind of a regression specification that's like growth rate, net of investment, net of depreciation, right? Is beta 1 here is the typical term where a disaster leads to kind of a drop in growth rate. But what the interpretation would be holding fixed at prior. And I think this goes to a little bit of Sylvia's talk about kind of lag variables. The lag here is really what? Is really the evolution of beliefs, right? The main state variable in the AK model is really the evolution of beliefs. Is like, what path did the economy take to get to basically, right? Right before, if you started at pi I0, there's some heterogeneous pi I0, what path did the economy take to get you to T-1 right before the disaster? Okay. And so then you have this kind of other specification, which is beta 2. Beta 2 here then is positive if the returns to adaptation net of costs, right, are positive. Beta 2 is positive. So what does that mean? So if my beliefs have gone up a lot right before the next disaster due to previous strikes, right? I should be more prepared. Hence, right, the damage should be lower than if I were still at my prior. So when we talk about a counterfactual on adaptation or no adaptation, is really kind of the joint of like adaptation plus learning. But what does adaptation learning mean? Is really the joint of a non-IID time risk process, time varying risk process, right? With adaptation. Okay. And you can kind of estimate the model, and here's an example. Like it's basically Fiji, right? Fiji, it's kind of a good example of the clustering. So Fiji for a while was kind of pretty high risk because it was kind of a cluster of arrivals, but actually for like a long stretch, it had no cyclones. Yeah, and so its risk kind of fell a lot. Okay. And then recently, you had some cyclones again. I think Hurricane Winston was kind of the first one again that kind of had a pretty big number of the country. Okay, and this is a scatter plot of in the years in which Fiji gets hit. I can keep track of what the pi T-1 was before Fiji got hit. Right? Yeah, because in the time series variation of Fiji, I'll have some that's like right here, where Fiji was kind of hadn't had disasters for a while, and I'll have some where Fiji had a lot of recent disasters. And in that time series variation, this slope then basically captures the return of adaptation net of cost. Right? Because basically, the adaptation is going to come out of investment, mostly investment, not so much consumption, because we know in the consumption series, it doesn't kind of vary that much when we get hit by these disasters. And I'm going to get back to a second on why it doesn't. Okay. And so if you take it and run most countries, I'll focus on the beta 2. So obviously beta 1 is negative, and 0 is kind of, think about like basically most countries, the beta 2 is positive.
I was wondering, does it matter that the intensive margin disaster intensity, it could vary across different plants?
Yeah, it's important. That's the question. You can also try to model that. We don't model the intent. We don't model the extremity of like wind speed or something. You could. You could add that into kind of like a multi-dimensional process, and then kind of put that into the model. We don't, and that could kind of maybe potentially do a better job. We're simply just kind of like capture the average. Yeah.
This is super interesting, but I'm trying to understand, how do you differentiate between, your whole model is about what's happening forward looking.
Yeah.
Right, the current shock changes my beliefs about the
Yeah.
forward shock,
Mhm.
but the current shock itself also has effects, like some buildings got damaged, I rebuild them with better materials or whatever. Not because I'm thinking about the future, just like, upgraded, newer vintage or whatever.
Oh, I see.
So how do you differentiate between like the direct effect of the shock
Mhm.
versus the expectations of the future? And it seems like you would have, if you had different time series properties in different places, like in Fiji, the cyclones are really autocorrelated, in some other places they're not autocorrelated, that would allow you to separate this.
Yeah, I don't try to separate that right now. So I think what you're saying is like, you want to distinguish. So for me in my mind, what's kind of the model? The model would be like, because basically I'm going to show you also, most of the adaptation is private. So think about a technology would be, households get to spend some costs, right? And then basically the costs that they spend will start rising over time. And so after they've had more disasters, they're just kind of more prepped up.
Yeah, but I guess, so I have in mind like a vintage effect, right? So
Yeah.
like newer capital is maybe more resistant,
Yeah.
build out a better
That's right.
material.
But
So
we don't
like-
yet.
So cyclone comes, you knock down some houses, you build some new houses, they're better, right? So but it does seem like you have a prediction, if there's heterogeneity in the autocorrelation parameter, you should be able to tease those apart.
You could. Yeah, we don't, that's a great suggestion. We haven't done that. That's totally right.
Yeah, similarly to that, I was wondering if there's a possible partial rebuilding effect going on with some of the more close together ones, where I get a smaller economic shock when a hurricane comes right after the other, because I was only halfway through building up the building that had gotten torn down before. And part of it might just be I've got a completed building when it's 5 or 6 years down the road, and now that takes a lot
Yeah.
longer.
So two things. These are all super interesting questions. I don't have the data to address these issues, and so I'm gonna try to narrate it in the following way. And this is a cop out. Okay, and for sure, this is all things are very important and interesting. I don't want to do it because this seems like a lot of work for me. So I don't want to do it. But I'm gonna narrate it so here's the narration. So the damages associated with economic activity are kind of complicated in these countries, right? Look at the GDP growth, right? Because it's not simply like the direct damage to capital. It's more like there's just huge amounts of disruption. Yeah. Now, I'm going to capture that in the 8K model, but you can imagine a more kind of complicated model to capture that. And I think the narrative I want to kind of say is just, look, the technology is just really preparedness at the private level. Our guys are just kind of prepped up they're not kind of caught off guard, basically. That's the main effect. But I completely agree that all these other things are super important to tease out and would have pretty interesting implications in terms of understanding better what's actually happening. My guess is there's a mix of these things that are going to go on. Yeah.
So I had a question, and I'm thinking whether this could actually help you disentangle the
Okay.
belief and damage channel, which is the role of shocks happening in neighboring countries. So in your model, you're just thinking about
Right. No.
like the time series in my own country, and I'm learning from, especially like in Fiji, from like other neighboring islands or other.
You can separate these type of.
Right.
You can separate preparedness effect versus some partial rebuilding or kind of indigenous.
Yeah, or just learning versus like damage. Yeah, because
We could try to do that. So you get a modest, like you don't get a huge amount, but if you just do the calculation, you'll get a modest adaptation benefit. I think the literature is a little bit mixed on the benefits of adaptation. So recently, a pretty important crew of economists, Solomon Shang and Burke and these guys, basically had this big NPR paper came in. There's no adaptation whatsoever, right, to the climate crisis, which is sort of a little bit dissonant to some earlier work in the environmental development literature that typically thinks there's quite a bit of adaptation that's going on. So I guess ours is kind of somewhere in between. In the sense there's a little bit of adaptation that's going on. Now, why do I think that their adaptation returns could be bigger? And this is the finance part coming in. Now I'm going to show you what happens to the debt to GDP ratio of these countries, what happens to the bond yield, the change in bond yield, the credit spreads of these countries, and what happens to the credit score of these countries. Okay. So it's all bad. So credit risk goes up, sovereign risk goes up. Which is a little surprising to me when I kind of ran these regressions because, I mean, it's true there's a little bit of disruption, but again, this is about the forward planning. Markets seem to basically be pricing in, right? Pretty substantial increases in the cost of capital to fund projects in these countries at the public level. Which then not surprisingly means the debt to GDP change is mostly coming from the GDP dropping. It's not really coming from them being able to get more debt, typically. Okay, so then how are they adapting? So what is going on in the adjustment process? Okay, and so the answer seems to be in these migrant remittances, right? There's this kind of migrants are leaving. There's some out migration, but I think the bigger thing is that there's a remittance to GDP and remittance growth goes up. So money seems to be flowing into these countries that are affected by previous immigrants out of the country. This seems to be kind of the variable that you would think is kind of funding, if you will, some of the adjustment because consumption is not really falling in these countries. So kind of by some adding up, my deduction is that, look, these remittances must be playing kind of the main role in terms of doing these private adjustments. Otherwise, we wouldn't be seeing, hence, the positive returns to adaptation that I'm seeing. Yeah. Okay. And so kind of, again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of, 1 minute. So I don't want to run Y on Y variables. I don't want to run damages on migrant remittance flows. It works. Countries with abnormally high migrant remittance flows, the damages are very little for these countries when a disaster arrives. But I don't want to run that regression because, of course, the migrant remittance flows are not only simply driven by a response to disasters, they could also be driven by investment opportunities in that country, which makes it kind of very complicated. But the way you could kind of narrate maybe some causal story is to kind of run the regression I was saying, which is follow the path of the updating of the beliefs of the country in terms of time varying risk. And then what do we see? Well, we see that, countries at high risk get more remittance flows. And so there's an average effect of impact on remittances, but countries at higher risk, right, before that disaster, the response of remittance flows is much bigger. And then also the response of debt growth is much less. So these countries basically they don't get they don't get to borrow. High risk countries who should basically be getting to borrow don't get to borrow because they're super high risk. Capital markets say no, and then basically the remittances have to do basically most of the job to plug in the gap. Okay. And I think I'm running out of time. So it's good that I didn't kind of get to the policy implications because this is more something that I'm still working on. But just to kind of flag, there's a bunch of great work in the public policy space that talks exactly about some of these issues. Maybe obviously not to this quantitative extent, but they kind of talk about things like, reducing fees for remittances, right? Because it's a pretty important part of adaptation. Previous COP people who worked on this, lots of very applied economists who work in basically these interdevelopment banks, et cetera, going to talk about this. The other issue is basically these debt for adaptation swaps. So whenever you have a debt overhang problem, some debt for adaptation swap, if you could coordinate it, it can basically be kind of welfare enhancing. And then kind of the third is kind of this diaspora bonds, right? Which is that if you think you have this mix that's very inefficiently tilted towards private adaptation, where I equate private financing with private adaptation, maybe you should channel the private financing, right, into kind of a bond to basically fund a public infrastructure project. In other words, you're from a certain city, you're very attached to Venice, right? You want to basically elevate Venice to a kind of higher level from the sea floods. All the Italians from New York City will say, yes, let's say Venice, right? Let's say the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Right, forget about all the individual Italians basically modifying their homes. Let's basically pay for the next Venice seawall, right, which I think they're going to need in another 50 years. Sea level goes up. Obviously, lots of fanciful thinking here, which is what medical finance economists are very good at. But there are obviously lots of, unfortunately, microeconomic detail that I think need to be filled in. I'll stop there. Thank you.
On the policy points, the UK government has been pushing to have a climate clause inserted in sovereign bonds. Has received some support from other countries, but even something as obvious as that, as sensible, so far has not happened. It's extremely difficult. The sovereign debt part is hugely problematic when it comes to policy. And you mentioned debt for adaptation swaps. So what you've had, I don't know if there is an example of that, but what you have is examples of what's called debt for nature swaps. Prime example is what Belize did. You get a debt reduction if you commit to preserve nature, to do some nature preservation. But these deals result in very modest debt reduction and are very small in scale. So we really have a very long way to go to be able to address your policy questions. Okay, so I'm going to give you a higher level presentation, and I want to start with what is climate finance. You've heard it multiple times this week. People say it's a very vague notion, and it means different things to different people. So here you have two quotes from recent surveys of climate finance. That's a particular climate finance that relates to what finance scholars do primarily. So let me just read them. The first quote: many important aspects of climate change economics are financial in nature, such as the pricing and hedging of risks stemming from climate change, the awareness and attitudes of investors towards these risks, and the effects of climate risks on investment decisions. Okay, so maybe I expect for some of you this is already surprising because it's all about pricing and risks, hedging, not so much about financing. Here's another one by the Calvin co-authors. Climate finance is studying the pricing of climate risks across asset classes and the ways to channel public and private capital towards climate mitigation and adaptation investments. Okay, that's a slightly broader definition, and I will go more in that direction. The finance literature on climate finance has really focused more on the pricing question, the hedging question, than on the financial flow question. And there's been a massive explosion. I'm just here showing you one table that illustrates how this is even stopping in 2021. So coming back to the earlier definition, I think you can summarize the field by saying there are two basic questions that are addressed in this field. First question is, how do the financial and corporate sectors respond to climate change? Okay, this is what the finance scholars have been primarily interested in. Measurement, reporting, pricing, responsible investment, rise of ESG, green capital expenditures, green bonds, green loans, etc. What I'm going to be talking about more today is the second question, in many ways the harder question: how to finance mitigation and adaptation in developing countries. Okay, so this is something that probably is more familiar to you. This is how climate finance is often understood. It's a definition from the UNFCCC. Climate finance refers to local, national, and transnational financing drawn from public, private, and other alternative sources of financing. Okay, and then the convention The Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement call for financial assistance from parties with more financial resources to those that are less endowed and more vulnerable. That's often what in the public, general public, what is understood to be climate finance. Okay, and here's a particular angle on that from the current president of the World Bank, Ajay Banga. And here's how he puts it in terms of the role of development banks and blended finance. He says private investment flows only where the right conditions exist and where there's a clear probability of a return. And for that, two things are essential: a strong infrastructure foundation and a predictable regulatory environment. This is where the World Bank Group comes in. We help governments finance critical infrastructure and ensure resources are used effectively. Okay, so that's quite an interesting way of framing things. You wouldn't have heard it put it that way earlier, previous presidents. I thought it was important to share that with you because much, I think, of the challenge we're facing with respect to climate change and climate finance is about financing infrastructure. So that's really very much where the focus, the right focus is. And the difficulty with, if you want, in one line, the difficulty with financing infrastructure is that the returns on infrastructure investments, the social returns, are very high. They would be, if you could capture those social returns as an investor, you would want to heavily invest in infrastructure, very profitable investments. But the problem is that the social returns are far higher than the private returns, and there is this value capture problem. There are ways of addressing that value capture problem, but mostly the state of affairs in the world today is that not enough attention has been devoted to this problem. Here's a table from the Climate Policy Initiative, and it tells you sort of in terms of flows. If you want to understand how do we finance the climate adaptation and climate mitigation, it shows you how, in very summary form, so where the money goes here and where the money comes from. And you see a blue and red color. At a very high level, that's what people have in mind when they think blended finance. But blended finance obviously is a more complicated problem than this. So what I want to do next in my talk is give you some details on how you might be able to finance mitigation in the power sector in developing countries. This is a proposal I've been working on, and it touches on all the questions, the context I've just given you. So to give you one more slide of context, the numbers we're talking about in terms of the investments are very large. The summary numbers are 1.6 trillion per year by 2030. Let me just leave it at that as a very high number. These are gigantic numbers. I mean, especially if you look at what is the state of the art today in terms of actual flows. Before I show you that, I also want to highlight that mitigation in the energy sector is extremely urgent and difficult. Just look at this. In emerging markets, you see that there's a fairly high annual growth rate in energy investments, okay, in the emerging market world, but 82% is in fossil fuels. So only 18% that is in renewable clean energy. And here you have a breakdown of what those investments go into. There's a higher growth rate, of course, in renewable energy, but the base is very, very bad. Okay.
Is that saying that China invests as much as all the rest of the developed countries?
Yeah.
So that would be all middle and low in the third.
But yeah, and then what's interesting is look at China is now really massively investing in renewable energy. That's the key difference. And then in terms of financial flows, this is also quite interesting. So first, on the left here, a lot of it is domestic financing, okay, which is not so great if you think about emerging markets, because emerging markets don't have huge domestic financing capacities, but more than half. And then when it comes to the foreign renewable energy asset finance, it's not that large. Okay, it's, if you add up public and private, roughly just under $20 billion. Okay, 20 billion, and the number I showed you earlier, overall needs 1.6 trillion. So you can see it's this huge, just a gigantic gap.
It came up in some of the sessions earlier in the week, the sort of controversies or difficulties associated with how this is measured, and in particular some of the double counting. This is counting towards ODA, much of this is loans and so on. How systematically in this sort of area, these sorts of charts, can we capture those sorts of effects?
Okay, so I think it's this question most relates to the public financing part. The pledge that was made in Copenhagen, and by the time of the last COP, there was at least the message that was that we had finally reached 100 billion per year in climate financing from high-income countries to developing countries. You look at the breakdown, and I think this is what you're referring to, of those 100 billion. I think it's about 40% coming from public funds, and in that 40%, a large fraction is loans, not grants. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Okay, and so the proposal I've been working on, I'll describe it to you in a few steps. Actually, let me pause and make a transition. So you have this huge gap between what's needed, what's required, and what's happening on the ground. Okay, so why is there such a big gap, and where are the obstacles? And if you want to have a somewhat oversimplified first answer to that, it has to do with the institutional constraints that prevent this financing. So one major institutional constraint, Harrison has mentioned, is debt overhang in many countries. The other institutional constraint is how the public money that might be made available is channeled through the IFI, multilateral development bank architecture to the country. There are a lot of constraints there that are potentially you would like to remove to get to get, open up the floodgates. And then the third constraint is that the way people have been thinking of blended finance, which combines public money, private money, had been too narrowly framed. And it has been framed in terms of, this is what you'll hear a lot, in terms of making projects bankable. That's the term that you'll come across. What does that mean, making project bankable? It means that if you have, for example, a solar power plant that you want to build in an emerging market, what would be in it for private investors? Well, they will require a return. How do they get that return? The return will come from the price of electricity times the number of gigawatts they're able to sell. Okay, that's the revenue side, and then they have investment cost, of course. Now, typically, the price will be quite low because we're talking about developing countries. There will be some risks involved. So without any help, this project will not get off the ground. So how do you make it bankable? Well, you provide a chunk of money, public money, that essentially doesn't require a return. That's the thinking. And the easiest form would be grant money. Okay, technical assistance. And then, of course, that lowers the cost of investment for private investors. And so then eventually it will make it bankable. Okay, that's the thinking, that's the focus. It's on a project by project basis. But what we're in our proposal are emphasizing is that that's the wrong level at which you want to intervene. The level at which you want to intervene is at the country level. Okay, why is that? Well, one reason is you need to scale up this money, this investment. So getting the money flows organized at the country level potentially gives you a way of talking about larger numbers. That's a simple common sense. But the other problem is that if you think about projects, then you have a leakage problem you have to face, you're faced with, because you can maybe find financing to build a solar plant, but then next to it there will be a coal-fired plant being built somewhere else in the country, right? So you want to avoid that. So you want a country plan that involves a country policy to decarbonize the power sector. There has to be a commitment to decarbonize the power sector. One of the leading examples of the first country that has actually made such a plan is South Africa with the Just Energy Transition investment plan. Okay, now South Africa's plan is not enough, but at least it's a plan and it's a country level plan. So that's why it's important. Okay, so we're saying country level, jurisdiction level, that's first important objective. Second objective is you want to decarbonize in a way that's consistent with a 1.5 degree carbon budget. We take that 1.5 degree, maybe it's too ambitious, but in any case, you want a carbon budget. What does that imply? It implies that you have to decarbonize early and a lot, because if you keep all your fossil fuel operations in place, your emissions just keep rising, and you're going to break the carbon budget. So I mean, the illustration here for Bangladesh, so we have to be able to be consistent on the 5-degree carbon budget, we have a phase-in pipeline of renewable energy investments and the phase-out pipeline, fossil fuel fire power plants. Here, I'm just showing you the phase-out pipeline. And as you can see, it's all front-loaded. Right? It's starting in 2025. In 2025, you would be, if you were consistent with this plan, you'd be closing 10 fossil fuel fire plants. That's what you'd have to do. Now, of course, it's already unrealistic. We're halfway through, or more, 2/3 through for 2025. You see, it's already too late. And then next year you have to close 44, and then 28, and so on. Okay, so you can see this is very ambitious, but that's what you need to do. That's actually what you need to do. Okay, so you can work out, phase out a pipeline like that for every country, as we do. I'm just giving you the illustration for Bangladesh, and the colors, I should say, they refer to the type of fossil fuel. Brown is coal, yellow is gas, and blue is oil. Okay, then another big part of the proposal is that once you have determined your phase-out pipeline, your phase-in pipeline, you can calculate the avoided emissions from implementing such a plan. The avoided emissions are basically the emissions, the difference in emissions between business as usual, if you did not do nothing, and the net zero scenario as I've outlined to you. Why is that important? Well, because the benefits of the decarbonization for the planet are proportional to the total amount of avoided emissions. Okay, and in particular, the benefits to high-income countries that are supposed to provide the climate financing, they are proportional to the amount of avoided emissions. Okay, and that's where you can have if you want a bargain between high-income countries that have the money, provide some of the climate financing, and low-income countries that provide a key benefit in exchange for that, which is avoided emissions. Okay, now that bargain, we say it has to work as follows. The phase-out costs, that's the opportunity cost from early closure of fossil fuel operation. We're saying 100% of those costs should be provided by advanced countries, high-income countries, in the form of climate finance. But for the phasing costs, we're capping the number at 25%. I can come back to, if you have questions, what explains the 25%. I can explain that, but I want to proceed in the interest of time. So how much more time do I have?
And we get a 5-minute warning in a couple of minutes. You're nearly
Great. That should be enough. So here's the summary of the calculations. Okay, this table. So in here, and we including China here. So this is the total renewable investment cost. This is the what is the renewable investment cost? It's the cost of developing renewable energy facility, plus the cost of extending the electricity grid to extend and adapt to the new electricity facilities, plus the cost of electricity storage through batteries. Okay, so this is all these costs. Well, it gives you a breakdown here, the other columns. And And the headline number here, I mean, there's a lot of numbers to go through, but the headline number is that if you ask, well, how much money is actually needed to do this for all emerging market countries, all developing countries, ex-China? Well, the total climate finance flows that you'd want are roughly 124 or 125 billion per year coming from high-income countries, and the high-income countries are here. Well, initially with the calculation including the US, G7, but now we're thinking you should exclude the US. And so if you look at G7, G6 plus EU, Norway, Switzerland, etc., the total cost of this climate finance to that coalition is 0.3% GDP per year.
Are you just assuming that China's gonna do it on their own or something?
So the thinking is that China would do all of this on its own and has plenty of decarbonization to do itself.
Yeah.
And so we thought, well, you know, let's not include China. There are geopolitical reasons why we also decided, well, maybe it's safer to think of China as being not part of the coalition. But it's an easy calculation to make. You can include China. And what I mean by including China is China funding the decarbonization of other developing countries, right? And if you do that, then you're coming back to a lower number, 0.2% of GDP. So I think what's striking here is that this number is reasonable, not a completely crazy number. So 0.3% of GDP, that's overseas development aid that UK just cut. Of course, it felt it had to cut it. Very unpopular decision in the UK. A lot of people thought that was totally unnecessary. You shouldn't have done it. A lot of people think, yeah, you can. It's an obligation. It's good for everybody. Good for the UK to have overseas development aid 0.3%. The same case can be made for climate finance.
The power sector is only gonna be 20% of the emissions.
What's that?
The power sector is only gonna be 20% of the emissions.
It's the power sector is more than 20% typically. So it depends on the country, of course. The number I remember offhand is for South Africa. South Africa 45%. Yeah, but you're right. So other financing would be needed, but and I'll close here. I mean, I have a few other points to make about. Let me just quickly finish on this slide, and then I'll come back to your point. So this has to do with the 25%. So we're saying high-income countries should provide 25% of the total cost of mitigation of decarbonizing the power sector in emerging market countries. That's the total amount of climate finance. Why 25%? Well, first of all, other studies often use that number in terms of breakdown of public versus private funding. But in our study, more interesting is it's also still net beneficial for high-income countries to make that kind of transfer. You can think of it as an investment for high-income countries. They pay the 125 billion, if you want, per year in climate finance to developing countries. And in return, they get a decarbonization that will lower expected future climate damages. And that benefit exceeds the costs. But if you ask high-income countries to finance 50%, then the net benefit calculation no longer works. Okay, and so I think that's an important constraint. You have to be able to pitch this funding, climate finance funding, just for political reasons, you have to be able to pitch it as something that's beneficial for the countries. Yeah, and so coming back to what we were saying earlier, and I'll finish on this slide. The why focus on the power sector? Well, it's coming back to what Ajay Banga said. Is the key intervention, public intervention, whether you do it through the World Bank or other ways, the key public intervention is to provide the infrastructure that makes it possible for economic activity to develop and for the private financing to come in. Okay, and if you imagine electrification, not only that, but clean energy electrification done over a fairly ambitious time window. Here we're talking about decarbonization within the next 10 years. Okay, that is going to open the gates for a lot of private financing, and I think that's where the high returns are. Sorry, I ran slightly over time and more things to say, but I'll stop here.
So much. We're going to take a short break for 10 minutes. We'll reconvene at 2:45 just so we can coordinate and get the policy discussion started. Thank you.
When I was making my question. So if I understand it correctly, your whole point. One point.
Thank you very much.
Utilization of
Thank you.
Hey, how are you, Jason?
So,
Yeah, I'm here to listen to you.
yeah, but I have a question.
Sure.
Consumer heterogeneity and
If that's okay to introduce that as part of the dialogue, one of the answers is going to be about the gap between academic and practice. And has some questions and reflections. Missing we might just sort of be, give you an opportunity.
Sure. Sure.
we can do that in the beginning or in the end?
We'll do that after you've done your, I think it'll come out of the first question. Just.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to now start the policy session on climate finance. We've had two fantastic academic presentations, and now I'm delighted to be joined by Chetan Gate, who's the professor in the Economics and Planning Unit at the Indian Statistical Institute in Delhi. His work focuses on macroeconomics, monetary policy, and economic growth, and has published widely, including as editor of the Oxford Handbook of the Indian Economy. He has held visiting positions all over the world, in the US, Europe, and Australia, and is a recipient of the Mahalanobis Memorial Gold Medal in Economics. Chetan also served on the Monetary Policy Committee of the Reserve Bank of India, where he helped guide national monetary policy. So welcome, Chetan. Thank you for being with us. So I guess just to start, it would be great to introduce yourself, get a bit of context as to your experience in the space and where you're coming from.
Thank you very much. I'm very delighted to be here and want to thank Jonathan and Robin, Tim, Shruti, everybody else who's put this event together. Well, I'm wearing two hats. I'm a professor of economics. I work on Indian macroeconomic problems and have for many years. And that's my point of entry into EME macro. I think EME macro is under-researched. So I do a lot of structural work on Indian macro problems. So that's one hat. And then the second hat is IGC/LSE has started a new India Sustainable Growth Hub at ISI to push start climate-related research on sustainable growth. It's got a macro aspect to it. It's got micro aspects to it. So that's an exciting new venture, and I'm leading the macro side of it. My colleague E. Somanathan, who probably many of you know, is the environmental economist. So I'm partly here also because of that.
Chetan, can we add that you have a third hat, which is as a member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council?
Right. I was not going to say that. But
You should.
So, and I have, I've had a little bit of policy involvement. The Reserve Bank of India implemented a flexible inflation targeting regime in India in 2016. So the Monetary Policy Framework Agreement was changed from a multiple indicator approach, which is like a checklist approach, to proper inflation targeting, flexible inflation targeting. And in the run up to that exercise, there was a lot of groundwork that happened, and I was fortunate to be part of that process. And that implemented inflation targeting in 2016 and has been the framework since then. And then more recently, the Prime Minister of India has something called the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. That was quite small about 5 years ago, but this year they expanded it to have about just total of 15 people. And the way it works is that the Prime Minister thinks of this team as his think tank and will refer a question to the PMEAC, and then based on whose domain expertise it is, that person will write up a note or come up with an answer to a pressing question that the PMO. So yes, that's right. That's the other hat I wear. But maybe I just thought I'd just start off with some broad observations on the climate numbers. And let me just also caveat that I'm entering into the climate kind of side of things as a fairly new entrant. And I realize there's a lot of expertise here, so I'm a little intimidated by all this collective knowledge. So please excuse me if I say something drastically obvious. But so India's per capita emissions are about 2.9 tons of CO2 equivalent, right? And that's significantly lower than the world average of about 6.7. EU is 6.9, Japan is 8.3, US is 17.2. But India's global carbon emissions are about 7.6%. And total GHG emissions is large. And per capita emissions, it's small. The kind of constraint is trying to get to net zero. So we now have net zero targets. of 2070 means that you're trying to get to these net zero targets in a fairly compressed amount of time, because the US emissions, I think, and I hope I'm getting this right, peaked sometime in the 2000s. The European Union's emissions peaked before, and they've therefore got more comfortable, I guess, time ranges to reach their net zero targets. And India's kind of announced the 2070 net zero target. In terms of the sectors, the 4 sectors that emit the most GHG emissions are the power sector. So there was a talk on that. That's about 36% of GHG emissions. The industrial sector is about 26. Agriculture is about 21, and transport is about 9 or 9.5. So that's about 92%, and the remaining sectors are about 8%. And if you take agriculture and divide agriculture between, well, standard agriculture and livestock you can't do much about, but it's really the kind of curbing of emissions from the ag sector, that's the one, and the power sector, that's the kind of the main emitter, so to speak.
Thanks. So we just had 2 great academic presentations, and I just wanted, sort of in terms of your experience in the policy space, how do the insights from academic research on climate finance sort of map to that experience on the ground in practice, and where do you see the gaps are in this space?
Yeah, so let me outline a macro stability issue facing EME central banks, and this is real and it's going to happen. So EMEs run large current account deficits, which are financed through foreign direct investment and portfolio flows, right? India's current account deficit over the last few years has been roughly 1% of GDP, but it actually receives flows in a slight surplus from that 1% of GDP. So that makes, well, for one, what happens is that if you get more flows relative to your current account deficit, then the central bank buys it, but it buys at foreign exchange and basically pays for it by issuing rupees. So that increases rupee liquidity, right? And then it sterilizes it, it mops it up, and there's a fiscal cost associated with that. But the tricky thing is that central banks typically peg base money growth along with nominal GDP growth. So nominal GDP growth is roughly, let's say, 10.5%, let's say 7% growth and 3.5% inflation growth. Base money growth will be about 10.5%. Now you have these flows coming in excess of your current account, and you are buying the dollars, buying the foreign exchange, and you're issuing rupees to basically do that, and you're increasing liquidity in excess of what you're pegging nominal GDP growth and base money growth to be. So that's going to lead to a macro challenge for EMEs. So one side of it is that you're trying to finance the flows and whether there are adequate flows coming in. And in India's case, this is a bit of an issue because around 2014 and 15, there was a lot, most FDI coming into India and other EMEs too is FDI equity. And I think these big funds coming in are essentially at 5 to 7 year cycles and then they go out. And so now if you look at the net FDI numbers on the balance of payments, they're actually quite low. Because not only is there money going out, but also Indian outward FDI has increased by quite a lot. So the net FDI flows are close to zero actually this year. So the first issue is whether there's enough funds. But I think the bigger issue is that when you're getting more funds or more capital coming in relative to your current account, you've got reserve accumulation, you've got to manage base money growth, you've got to manage inflation because that's potentially inflationary. So that's one challenge I think that needs more work and needs more, it's a practical problem and it needs more research. The second thing is, and this is based on some work I've been doing, is that if you work in developing countries, you want to write down multi-sector models. And I think so, we have what are called now heterogeneous agent new Keynesian models, HANK models. But blending that with two sectors, an agricultural sector and let's say a manufacturing sector, that's a good framework for thinking about these kinds of monetary policy issues. And I think research needs to, and I've been working on this for quite some time, so I have a few papers in this area, but because you have different sectors, you have different emissions, you have different damage functions, there's maybe a productivity shock, negative productivity shock in the agricultural sector, it's transmitting into the other sector. In the terms of trade, the intersectoral terms of trade starts floating around and messes everything up. in the standard analysis for monetary policy. You don't get the standard equations, the terms of trade is floating around. So that needs to be understood properly. It needs to be, and monetary policy transmission needs to be explained in the context of that. And then on the applied kind of side, I guess what India should be thinking about is where its supply chain for modernizing its energy grid is going to come from. If it's not China, then it's possibly some combination of Indonesia with the technology, maybe Japan, South Korea, for coal, and for Australia, and it needs to work on that region and build up, capacity there for modernizing its grid, because the Prime Minister has announced a developed country goal. It's called Viksit Bharat. Viksit just means developed by 2047, right? Which is about 22 years from now. Now, what is not emphasized in that as much as that a low cost of energy should be part of that vision as well. In addition to having higher per capita incomes and a big size of the total economy, the low cost of energy and modernizing the energy grid should be part of that vision as well. So the supply chain issue is important for trying to get that. And then on the practical side also, there's this issue of stress testing banks. Banks are not sure what kinds of assets they're sitting on. So I think the banks need to do a lot more stress testing, and that will encourage intermediation. But I had a question on to Harrison's very interesting talk, and I thought this would be a good opportunity to. So I think these macro finance models are very nice because they. But my question to you was that if you had two types of agents, you could have one agent with a low marginal propensity to consume and one with slightly higher marginal propensity to consume. So the consumption impact of these shocks may be very, very different. The remittances may be very different. And I was just wondering whether you had integrated that into the model, and whether there was any sensitivity to the results because of that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think those are two really important points. So the answer is no. The models that are in macrofinance are not typically heterogeneous agent models. Yeah. Typically it's more like a representative agent model. Most of the work is sort of on the side of thinking about the risk absorption capacity of the representative agent. And then the consumption itself is there's no heterogeneity in the consumption. But I agree that I think in the context of some of the issues we're discussing, I think modeling out more of the heterogeneity is pretty. For instance, I think even in the most sophisticated climate finance models now, you typically have two vintages of two types of capital, like kind of a brown capital and green capital, right? Where they may have different emissions sensitivities, they may have different risk characteristics, they may have different. But that's about it. There's not a lot of other heterogeneity in models.
And I'll get to some observations on the Indian power sector, and then I can maybe ask Patrick also his views on that when we come to that.
You've been warned. Excellent. So you mentioned sort of the stability concerns, which to me speaks of like the risk and side of climate change in terms of adaptation. You talked about sort of the uncertainty from a planning perspective. One of the sort of things we hear about in sort of the climate finance space are sort of things like sovereign and municipal green bonds and national climate funds and blended finance, these words that I don't always fully understand, but hear a lot of. How much do you see these things coming up in conversation in India, and do you see them as sort of opportunities, or if not, sort of what are the constraints to sort of implementing these types of instruments?
Right. So I forgot to mention one more thing. This is the current account deficit sustainability issue also has to deal with, once you think about ratcheting up this investment for the green transition, that's going to widen the current account deficit. Now, there are various estimates on how much developing countries needs. There's this $1.3 trillion number. There's, how much of that is external, how much of that is domestic. And that goes back to your question about what the domestic, how are we going to raise the quantum of funds? So the banking system, kind of fiscal Ministry of Finance side, there's a draft consultation paper on the taxonomy of what everything means. And the taxonomy, and I think many countries do this, they define what abatement is, they define what mitigation is, they define what hard to abate is. And that makes the I think the investment flows and desires much clearer.
Mhm.
Once investors know exactly what the taxonomy is, they go ahead and do that. And so what the Ministry of Finance has done is it's produced this taxonomy draft consultation paper, but it's not granular enough. And I think that's the feedback it's gotten, that it needs to be much more granular for it to actually have an impact. So that would help with the disclosure side, and would also help with the transparency side of things. Now, the banks, I think the banks, my sense is that they aren't really investing in renewable energy, in part because what they're possibly waiting for is a regulatory nudge from the central bank. And one way the central bank can do that on the prudential side is either to alter the risk weights, or to exempt reserve requirements, or provide some such nudge that would induce the banks. The banks have so, and this is again a very interesting, goes back to your first question. Interesting area of research are these twin balance sheet problems which affect investment, and there's good DSG work to be done here, and I haven't seen it yet. And essentially, that in the 2008 financial crisis, the way that the stimulus was given was through big public sector banks on infrastructure projects, and many of those didn't pan out. So you had bad balance sheets, and then you had the government also, having high debt levels, and so on. But these asset liability mismatches for these big infrastructure projects are a hindrance and a constraint to the banking sector lending money out. And therefore, there needs to be some regulatory nudge to allow that. That's on the banking side. So where the space is being picked up is on the DFI side, Development Financial Institution side. And there are a range of those. So there's one that does it for small, it's called SIDB, the Small Industrial Development Bank. There's another one that's called NABARD, which is actually an arm of the Reserve Bank of India, but facilitates agricultural loans. Then there's the Rural Electrification Corporation, which is a subsidiary of the PFC, the Power Finance Corporation, that is doing rural electrification projects. So they're doing a little bit of lending on the renewable side. But on blended capital, again, it's not. I mean, Patrick was speaking about this. It's not clear to me. Does it matter on the margin? Is it because my sense is that there isn't really much foreign money coming in to finance this stuff, and therefore what really, and I think that's what Patrick was saying also, is that what you need to have is maybe a big MFI or the World Bank to come in and do something big on rural electrification, and then hopefully you get private capital to complement it. But that would be the initial big stimulus, because the banking sector is waiting for this nudge. And on the sovereign green bond issuance, it's interesting. And I think India in the last budget issued about maybe $2 billion of sovereign green bonds. And the issue there is that they weren't able to get what's called the greenium. They wanted, I think, 4 basis points above the 10-year, and they weren't able to get that in the auction. So I think in the next round they scrapped it. I hope I'm correct on that. By the way, I don't speak for the Reserve Bank of India. Let me just qualify that immediately. So there's that's the banking side. There's a sovereign, and then on the corporate green bond issuance side, one gets the sense that green bonds appeal to the lazy financier. I mean, you label it and you're able to show it, and you do the green investment, but where is it impacting the cost of capital? Are these bonds reducing the cost of capital for the economy? I don't know if that's the case. So it is challenging, not to mention that on the external finance side, India only received, again, I hope I'm getting this number correct, is about $8 billion. And the high level report says it should be, 1.3 for, I guess, all the countries on the framework, and 625 plus 625. 650 plus 650, right? 650 external, 650 domestic. So there, and that's $8 billion. So there is an issue here. There's a big issue here.
Excellent. So I think we sort of touched on it already briefly in terms of the sort of the raising of funds aspect of things. But when sort of thinking about developing viable projects or selecting projects, are there other sort of challenges that you see either in procurement or in sort of measurement and verification? I guess sort of one of the things you were just touching on was sort of the lazy financier, and there's a sense in which one could be thinking about government's accountability in this space as well. Like, how do we ensure effective management and sort of avoid issues of greenwashing or
Right.
in that space?
So on the renewable energy side, I think the procurement rules are outdated and they need to be modernized. So let's take like nuclear power. So in the energy mix, nuclear power in India, I think is about 3% of the total energy. So it's very low. But if I understand this correctly, the way it works is that for any private operator to get into this space for the investment to happen, they have to partner with the Nuclear Power Corporation of India Limited, which is the big public sector entity. And they can only be a minority player in that relationship, right? And then once the power plant is built, I think they're not even allowed to operate it. Because the assumption is that the public sector is really the safer entity to actually run it. And that's not necessarily the right presumption to be made. What you want is a regulator who would do the job. And then the nuclear liability law is also outdated. So those are issues that need to be addressed. And I think the urgency of it would be to have the finance ministry announce when these are going to be addressed, the timetable on it, and do it soon to encourage nuclear power investment. On the power sector side, and this goes back to what Patrick was also mentioning, that so it's a DISCOM centered electricity sector, right? The DISCOMs are these and the DISCOMs are in PPAs, long PPAs with procuring coal and so on, right? So, but what happens in the grid is that, you have this, at the end of the day, you get this, reduction in, the peak demand for electricity is at the end of the day when there's no renewable coming in. But the solar kind of comes in during the middle time of the day. At that time, you cannot shut off the conventional power plant, right? So you get this temporal imbalance, there's one issue there. And then there's a spatial imbalance because historically what's happened in India is that the resource rich, and by resource rich, I mean solar rich, states of Western India were basically where, the solar power plants were created, and then you needed big grid lines to take it across. So there's a spatial imbalance and there's this temporal imbalance. So what happens is when they both work together, you get these underutilized assets, and then there's, this issue of the price moving around a lot and so on. So that's one set of issues. The other set of issues in the in the electricity sector is that only a very small fraction of the electricity is actually traded on the exchange. It's about 10%. So, and you would think that to get price discovery, or you would need a much bigger shares, and the rest of it is all tied up in these PPAs and these long PPAs. So to get much more investment in that sector, you would actually have to have a bigger share going through the exchange, and that's something that is also an issue. And then the nature of these contracts are changing because of all the distribution reforms on unbundling, on smart metering, on all that stuff, right? So now there's a preference towards shorter PPAs, and so those kinds of contracts are appearing. So you want to guarantee some price certainty, but you don't want the rigidity of the contract. So those are all issues in the power sector. But I'm not sure if Patrick would want to comment on that, on these types of issues in the electricity sector in developing countries or on emerging markets.
Yeah, I mean, at some level, power sector is simple. At some other level, it's complicated in terms of the pricing of electricity.
Yeah.
Especially if you have in mind that the electricity market is some kind of competitive market, like for other goods. Every country, every region, every state in the US that has gone in the direction of thinking of electricity markets as being like markets for any other good, and you let supply and demand determine the price, have learned at their expense. This is not a good analogy, and it creates more problems than it solves. So you've had, for example, the California electricity crisis, which arose after California decided to deregulate its electricity market, and you had a combination of very sophisticated economic analysis, like Bob Wilson, for example, was involved in setting up, auction mechanism and so on. So that was all good, but then you had political intervention, and then the combination of the two things is a disaster, massive disaster. After the California crisis, no more effort in the US to introduce market forces in electricity markets. Okay, so that's a lesson learned. The EU introduced a single market for electricity with a form of marginal pricing. Yeah, a lot of economic input. Some of the smartest people in energy economics got in and said, "This is how the market should be organized." All great. The problem was that in the EU, the marginal supply of electricity was from gas-fired power plants. Okay, nothing wrong, especially for that with that. But then we had invasion of Ukraine by Russia. Gas prices went through the roof, and electricity prices went through the roof. It's crazy, totally nuts. That whole experiment. After that, well, let's forget about markets. We have to come back to something much more, much simpler and so on. So I think that's the broad lesson. I think wherever you go, in terms of how you organize the pricing of electricity. So you mentioned PPAs, or there's also contracts for difference and so on. These are efforts to lock in a particular price of electricity. That's essential. That's essential, especially for investment purposes. And then I think where we're going in terms of the new innovations and the technology is we can introduce much more incentives on the retail side. I mean, there's already some incentive on the industrial side, but incentives on the retail side to get demand for electricity to shift over the day, so as to avoid the peak load, okay, and the extremes of either peak load pricing or rationing and so on. So I think that's what I mean by it's both simple and complex. So if you approach it in terms of, oh, it's a free market and there's competition, you're just going to have an impossibly complex problem. But if you think in terms of, well, there's a certain demand for electricity, there's a certain supply needed, plus to address the intermittency problem and the variations in demand over the day, it's a relatively simple problem. Now on the investment side and the blended finance, I think a good example is how and I think that will speak to what you were saying in terms of how it's organized in India. So a good example is the UK. So UK did the UK built a lot of increased capacity in nuclear powered electricity, and so everybody who's been in the UK for a few years will have heard the name Hinkley Point. Yeah, it didn't quite work out as was hoped, but Hinkley Point is still a good model. So these are two nuclear power plants that were introduced. Why do I mention them? Well, because the financial structure is as follows. 70% of the investment cost is covered by bond issuance with a guarantee from the UK government, so it's AAA, so we get very low financing costs. The remaining 30% comes from the builder and operator. So there's a consortium, so there's a main builder, a French company, EDF, some other companies. So they provide then if you want, the equity financing, and they take on all the construction and operating risk afterwards, right? But that's a good model of blended finance. So you have a government guarantee for a significant fraction of the fixed cost, and that substantially lowers the cost. But you keep the incentives aligned for the operators and the builder. Yeah. And then the other thing the UK government did, I think this is also something that probably also happens in India, is that the UK government locked in long term, so contracting for difference. This is a long-term price at which Hinkley Point can sell electricity. It's locked in, so then you reduce substantially the cash flow risk. Another way of lowering the cost. So I think for power sector, that's a pretty good.
Can I mention one more thing?
Please, yes.
On top of that, I think this issue of the carbon tax, so the, cost of renewables plus the cost of storage, I think is still higher than the cost of coal. So the way the workaround is that the DISCOMs have to sign what are called RPOs, renewable purchase obligations, X% of what their procurement is. It's going back to your question about procurement. But that's a hidden cost for them because they're buying it at a higher price. Now, if you had a carbon tax, then the market mechanism would work, coal would be more expensive and they would buy renewables, but that doesn't happen. So, and then you get the revenues, which you could redistribute and so on. So that's one issue that is there. And now that, when India and China enter into any market, there's scale and it brings the price of things down. And I think Chinese solar is so cheap now that I think there are now duties on top of the imports of Chinese solar. So there's, and this is being justified in the name of industrial policy. Remember that industrial policy, when it was applied to the East Asian economies, the tigers and their high growth years, was very carefully the subsidies were given for export competitiveness. It was the single most important metric for subsidizing a particular sector. So there's a resurgence of so industrial policy, but also this issue of the carbon tax.
Just comment on, so what is the policy in India about how they kind of want to do the green transition? Do they follow like renewable portfolio standard? Do they feed in tariffs? What's their regulation they have? What's their green regulation they have in India?
Well, about 70% of the electricity sector is coal generated, and about 30% is renewable at the moment. So the immediate target is in 2030 is the NDC says that we need 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity.
It's just a requirement, it's a regulation, right?
Well, it's an NDC, so and to get 2070, I think that's a slightly lower amount. You actually need. So I haven't done this work, but the estimates out there suggest that it needs to be 2035. It needs to be much higher. It needs to be something like 750, 800 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity.
So NDC is like what? What is NDC?
A nationally determined contribution.
Okay, yeah. So it's like, but there.
So that's the guidepost. The NDCs and net zeros are guideposts. Now, you say, okay, you want to phase out coal right now. What's the average time life of a coal plant? It's like 35 years. So if you want to hit 2070 as a net zero, then you have to stop like having coal power plants in 2035. And then you should, begin to announce when you're going to curb emissions from the power sector. I think China has already done that. And
But how do they incentivize the firms to start switching to renewables?
well, at the moment, that's what they're doing is there's no carbon tax. So they're essentially pinned down by these RPOs. They have to buy.
Okay, so it's a renewable portfolio.
Yeah, it's a quantitative standard. Yeah, it's a quantitative standard. Yeah.
But if the renewables are getting cheaper quicker than the coal,
Then even with the RPOs, yeah, I guess you would then start buying renewables. I mean, I suspect that'll happen.
is your sense that they're, like, if you're a distributor, state distributor, are you on a kind of even playing field buying coal or buying? Because my understanding is that the PPAs are with the coal are much more advantageous of the things that they're buying. Solar plant.
That's true, but the RPOs are different across states. So different states have different RPOs and I'm not quite sure how those targets are put down in place, but I think different states have different RPOs and they essentially have to meet them.
So I can kind of comment a little bit on the green bond stuff in India. So in the US, I've studied this sort of, the states implement the transition from fossil fuel to renewables using, you call them RPOs, I think in US they call them RPSs.
Yeah.
You basically say, but basically like investors, they don't like it. Basically, investors do not like these RPS. And the reason they don't like it, that typically they view investing in, at least in historically in the US, investing in renewables is like, they charge a much higher cost of capital. They just view it as more volatile. So even though the cost is gonna get passed through to consumers, just investors are just queasy because there's intermittency, there's political stuff, there's just all kinds of uncertainty, they just don't like it. And I guess it would be kind of interesting in India, whereas in Europe, it's been more successful, but the reason it's more successful in Europe is because the government guarantees the price. So this is like they do the feed-in tariffs. They basically remove the uncertainty from the point of view of the producers. So then, of course, that they're fine. You know, if you're gonna give them like a 10% rate of return, take out the uncertainty, and they're like, sounds good to me. And they may even give you like a 4% greenia, 4 basis point greenia.
Right.
So I think the problem is it's kind of mixed in with the vol, which I assume the Indian government is not guaranteeing the price, right? For the electricity that they're gonna sell.
With this in mind, the conversation sort of makes me think, how do we crowd in more private investment? Like, how do we do that in developed countries? How do we do that in India and other emerging markets? And like, what are the sort of channels and pathways we can get to have more private investment playing? Like,
Yeah, so this goes back to the taxonomy issue, and then if you get a good detailed taxonomy, you're gonna get investment flows. I think there'll be much more clarity on what everything means, and you should, that would be one way through which you get it. The other way was, of course, as I was mentioning, that you need this multilateral MFI intervention in a big way. That will then hopefully facilitate the blended capital and the private capital to come in.
and what role specifically do you see the NDVs and DFIs playing to sort of crowd in this private?
So the DFIs are playing an important role. I think the DFIs are doing a lot of renewable energy loans. All three of the ones I mentioned, SIDBI is doing it primarily for the MSME segment. So in India's economy, the micro, small, medium enterprise sector is responsible for roughly 45% of its exports. So it's kind of an important sector. So the SIDBI, as I said, the NABARD, the rural banking arm, REC, the rural electrification corporation, those are the ones that are doing the important. But I think in the minds of people, you would think that, the bank should really be doing this stuff. And you see there's a problem with the architecture of intermediation, because you have in this economy a declining household savings rate. So that's one issue, right? And then the savings are increasingly going into mutual funds and into pensions and things like that. So the architecture of intermediation problem is that, and I hope I understand this correctly, is that those guys can't necessarily invest directly in infrastructure projects. So there's that issue. You're beginning to save in instruments which are not going to be dealing with investment directly in the RE sector. And then, of course, you have declining savings rates overall in the economy. So the volume of savings is declining, household savings is declining. And that's an interesting, and I've written something recent on this, it's a kind of a growth model, but for both India and China, what you see is that you see household savings rates increasing and declining around the great financial crisis. That's the fact that model should explain, not the constant savings rates on a balanced growth path where it's fluctuating because you get fluctuations in TFP, but you should really be explaining these stuff. That's an interesting research. And we have a model where we kind of show that it matters for productivity, demographic composition, and inflation targeting actually has a slight perverse effect on encouraging this declining savings rate. All three act in general equilibrium to make these savings rates fall. So you have that issue, then you have where people are saving, which is creating a problem for the architecture of intermediation. So those are all issues that are going to be problematical for investment taking off. And then, of course, once it begins to take off, there's these issues with, the CAD widening and financeability and so on. So, yeah.
So I guess just one last question. with a little bit of whimsy towards the end. Of course, you know, we don't, necessarily have complete control of this, but if you could, pull whatever policy lever or spend whatever dollars you wanted to spend, rupees in this context, what action or reform do you think could most help to unlock and mobilize more capital in like the next year or so, like in the short run?
Well, you could amend the nuclear liability law. You could clean up this minority major stakeholder NPCIL thing. So that could be done immediately. You could announce phasing out of new coal power plants soon. And just state that, the Ministry of Finance should state that. In the last budget, they've announced the formation of emission trading system, an ETS. But importantly, the power sector is not included in that. So you could get the blueprint for the ETS running. And the power sector, as I said, is responsible for 36% of the greenhouse gas emissions. So it's not included in that, but it's a start. You could get the ETS running, you could put a draft consultation paper out there, and you could get stakeholder feedback and get that discussion going. So those are three things you could do fairly fast. And then I guess then there's issues about these spatial imbalances and the temporal imbalances that are plaguing the investment in the electricity sector. Grid lines, more investment in that. There was some discussion about adaptation before, but if you're living in extreme poverty, it doesn't really matter what adaptation you're going to do because you're not going to, you're still going to be hit, I think. And then of course, this is not an immediate thing you could do, but public indebtedness is an issue. Creating the fiscal space for green subsidies or green investments is important. And for that, you have to rejig the subsidy regime. You have to think about, so in India, there's a National Food Security Act that covers roughly 800 million people. 800 million people get subsidized food. 75% of an agricultural sector gets subsidized food, and 50% of the urban sector gets subsidized food. This is it's the biggest food subsidy program in the world. So there needs to be a rejigging of the subsidy allocations across sectors to create the fiscal space for these big green investments. And I think the Ministry of Finance knows all this. And it's just kind of a question of getting the political will to do it. Those are a few things they could do fairly quickly.
Excellent. I mean, so I think just reflecting on your last points, the comment you make on adaptation and sort of how if you're already in poverty, then there's a limit to how effective that can be. I mean, that sort of suggests to me that when we think about climate finance, we need to sort of move from a narrow sort of pledges and payouts focus into a sort of a broader alignment of finance and development being central to that. And so maybe part of it, we need to sort of think more about developing sustainably, but the development being a pretty important imperative to sort of mitigate the cost side of things in terms of the cost. Yeah. I think we'll open it up to the audience. If you have questions, please raise your hands and we'll
and to them too.
While we're waiting, can I make a comment on adaptation finance?
Yes, please.
Which struck me, okay, let me tell you what struck me and then how that relates to what we've been discussing. So this was a case study on adaptation investment involving the city of Copenhagen. Okay? City of Copenhagen had been hit twice by rain bombs. And the rain bombs, you can imagine, you get street level flooding, it damages property around, and the costs explode very quickly. Yeah. And so then the municipality of Copenhagen asked itself, how do we adapt ourselves to protect ourselves against rain bombs? And it's going to be a lot of investment needed, and then how we paying for it, right? So that's the case study. What is really remarkable about it, in my view, is that everybody felt it was perfectly normal for this problem to be circumscribed to the municipality of Copenhagen. Whereas if you think about it, it's not normal at all, because rain bombs, it's a risk everywhere, it's faced everywhere. It's pretty random where it hits. And it's a diversifiable risk at the level of the planet. And so we really need to think in terms of insurance, global insurance.
Okay, but I have a comment on that.
Yeah.
So I met some people who work at these reinsurers, and I think they're trying to work on this issue. But apparently there's a big problem, which is that, and this is a problem that could be interesting to work on. So for instance, a bunch of Caribbean countries have been asking some pretty big reinsurers for ways to, kind of insure all their stuff. And what they cannot agree on is how to write the contracts. So basically, the problem is that, and this is, I think it goes back to some of the comments that were made about capital stuff. Because the damages that a lot of these countries get, what they want to insure is just like their whole business, all this stuff got disrupted. Whereas the insurers are only willing to write on parametric policies, which is the wind speed. And then I think what happens is then you have what's called, finance economists call it a classic basis. You have a basis risk.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can't basically hedge that risk, because you could get wind speed, but you don't get any damage. You can get low wind speed, you can get a lot of damage, and then so the basis risk is, I think, apparently a huge issue that. I think this is why I think they
That's
can't
right.
really get.
That's why the market solution is difficult.
Yeah.
But you can think of it in terms of public finance.
Yeah.
Why isn't there an adaptation fund? Ideally, it should be global, and there's some fiscal income, a tax income that feeds it, and then everyone has some right to being compensated or being able to take from this fund and invest in adaptation. Why can't we have that?
I mean, I think it's implicit. I didn't get to talk about this. It's implicitly happening for some subset of countries that have tourists.
Mhm.
So basically, they get to tax tourists.
Yeah.
So essentially, like in a bunch of countries now that are very tourist friendly, their most successful adaptation source of finance is taxing a bunch of tourists. Right? You basically have all these great co-benefits by taxing tourists, right? First, you hate them because they're like always congesting everything. Second, they're there and they're gonna like create fires in Greece. Third, they can't vote, so And fourth, they're like they're super inelastic, right? They're willing to pay. They don't even notice the fine print. So actually, my view of future of financing adaptation is basically taxing tourists, or taxing, like, that's the way you can kind of tax the consumption. And I think in a model, it's very justifiable, because you can just say, look, typically you think like maybe consumption tax and everything, but I think in this case, there's just a lot of great arguments for buying. And I think Greece is doing that. I think France is doing that with a bunch of African countries, or tax the premium flyers, tax the business class flyers. I think that's really the only source that's like.
So, but even though saying that social finance is linked to climate,
Yeah.
because if it is, well, what's the link? Why don't governments just grab that revenue for everything?
Oh, yeah. So there's this issue about like how you do I guess you guys would call it like earmarking or hypothecated taxes. Right? And so I think that there's like political economy reasons where you can commit to the hypothecation, you're able to kind of implement these taxes, right? So for instance, if you kind of threaten to grab, you won't ever get the money. But it basically, the people who love Greece or love the Parthenon, love Venice, if you can guarantee them that, like I love Greece, I love Venice, like we go there all the time and I want my kids to go to Venice. If you can commit, then of course, they'll be happy to pay the tax.
But even with agriculture insurance, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to say something that on basis risk, it tends to depend on whether you have catastrophic events or not. So if you have a massive catastrophe, then everybody's thing is damaged, and but if it's low, then the basis risk is high. There's a mismatch between what's happened to the next farmer compared to yours. So that's one of the reasons why these insurance products fail. But having said that, it's probably a much better way so what happens in India is every time there's a crop failure, there's a big loan waiver. So that leads to moral hazard and all that stuff, right? But this would be a much better way to just subsidize, the policy is now you subsidize the farmer. But they only, I think they only are able to get the crop insurance if they take a loan from the bank. There isn't, you don't, if you don't want to as a farmer buy it, you don't have to buy it, but if you take a agricultural loan, you have to take the agricultural insurance, and the subsidy is divided between the state and the center. And so it's subsidized for you. But if they just confine the insurance product to, this high catastrophic risk, you'd probably get a better claim and a better settlement.
Okay, well, so with that, we are out of time. Thank you to Chetan.
We will have 20 minutes break and then we'll come back at 4. We have another 3 fantastic seminars. So please.
Really good job.
They won't do anything. I can't do that. It's a new market.
Yeah, well done.
Great
job. Thank you. Yeah.
I will.
Or downstairs.
I will. Yeah.
So you're chairing tomorrow?
I'm carrying tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah.
That's easier.
Easier than.
That's in my field, so I'm good there.
Yeah.
I'll just go over the format that you had
Yeah.
given us.
Yeah. What I haven't sent you is questions for Didier, who's going to be joining. Wonder if it would be a good idea to get Swati, the two keynote presenters to actually sit on the panel as well.
Okay, so.
Yeah, because it was a
should also start sharing.
He might be traveling.
Hi everyone. So we are about to start with our afternoon session 4, and we have 3 great presentations. Let's start with Alan.
Great, wonderful to be here to talk to everyone about the political economy of conservation, joined with Robin, Francisco, Ben, and Veronica, all of whom are here today. Incredible. Forest conservation protects major carbon stocks around the world, in Southeast Asia, in Central Africa, in the Amazon. But we want to make the point that conservation and conservation policy is fundamentally political. It induces political resistance. As we have seen in Brazil, where agribusiness has lobbied against and scuppered climate gains from climate policy, and also in Indonesia, where the palm oil lobby has pushed for new plantations and deforestation for palm oil plantation development. And so our central question in this paper is how conservation policy can navigate these political challenges. And we think that this speaks to this broader question in environmental regulation generally of how we can write durable and sustainable, politically sustainable policy. So what are we going to say in this paper? We're going to formalize first with a very simple theory model, this sense in which conservation is political and has differential incidence on different agents in the economy. And we want to highlight a little bit of dynamic tension here, whereby if you regulate strongly today, that's going to be great at reducing carbon emissions today. But if you regulate too strongly, you may entrench a political lobby that works against you, that leads to the repeal of your nice regulation tomorrow, and then tomorrow you're stuck with no regulation and therefore deadweight loss. Okay, and so you want to balance regulation today against the possibility of repeal tomorrow. We're then going to move to our main empirical setting, Brazil and the Brazilian Amazon. We're going to show you in the data, in ways that we can measure, that agricultural producers, large agribusiness players, they resist regulation with campaign donations. And then we're going to write down a simple empirical land use model and use that to simulate different designs of regulation, conservation policy, taxes and bans that are going to allow us to kind of evaluate the impacts quantitatively of these different kinds of policies. And I'm going to show you that those quantitative impacts are important. In Brazil, and then also in Indonesia, the other big deforestation space, we're going to show you that bans are going to be able to, relative to taxes, bans are going to be able to reduce emissions, but they're going to help to minimize these producer losses, and in so doing, ideally help to lower this resistance to regulation and therefore allow us to write regulation that's going to be a little bit more durable over the long run in a political sense. Okay, so what do we mean when we say that conservation is political? We have now, just to focus ideas and fix ideas, a simple 2-period model, regulation today and regulation tomorrow. And this is going to be regulation with the risk of repeal. Regulation tau, which could be a Pigouvian tax, is going to affect welfare today and tomorrow. Okay, so there's going to be welfare today, static welfare today in the single period today is going to be maximized by the Pigouvian tax. We know this, right? The Pigouvian tax maximizes static welfare. But then that taxation is going to lead to losses in producer surplus, losses of producer profits, and producers, large agribusiness is not going to like those profit losses, and therefore can resist and lobby against or campaign against this regulation, and therefore induce repeal of that regulation in the next period tomorrow with some probability rho. And that probability rho is going to be increasing in just how much producer surplus losses there are. The harder you hit agribusiness, the harder they lobby against your regulation. And now what that means is that tomorrow, you're going to have the welfare from that regulation only if it is not repealed, only if the regulation survives. But if the regulation is repealed, then there's no regulation tomorrow. And so now what you see is that the Pigouvian tax helps today in that it maximizes static welfare today, but it also increases the probability of repeal tomorrow and doesn't help tomorrow. Okay, so then the dynamically optimal policy is not quite so simple. So let's boil down to a very simple kind of stylized numerical example to illustrate this. We're going to think about deforestation for agricultural production. Okay, so we want to think about plots I of low L and high H conservation value. The plots with low conservation value have higher profits relative to their emission damages, their carbon emission damages, their deforestation carbon emission damages. And so the first best is that you do deforest this land. You do use it for productive agricultural production. Great. But then the high conservation value land has too many trees on it or too much peat land on it in order to be net positive for society if you deforest it. The profits are too small, the social costs are too high, so you want to conserve it. That's why we're calling it high conservation value. So first best, you deforest L and you protect H. You leave H alone. That's what we want. Okay, so what do Pigouvian taxes do? With Pigouvian taxes, you're going to impose that emission damage onto landowners as a tax. And so those with low conservation value, because the emissions are low and therefore the tax is low, they're going to deforest. But they need to pay the tax. And so they're going to pay the tax. What's the tax? The tax is the size of emissions, E. So they're going to lose E in terms of profits. H gets protected because the tax is too high. And so they're going to lose the entirety of those profits. They're going to lose pi. Okay, pi is actually less than E by definition. So now actually you're punishing the high conservation value plots, the high value plots, less in proportional terms than L. Okay, so not necessarily even fair because they can drop out of the market. So, okay, what's going to happen? We're going to achieve the first best. Why? Because we deforest L and protect H, but there are going to be these big producer losses of E for L and pi for H. What about uniform taxes? Uniform taxes tax all plots the same, no matter what their emissions EI are. E can vary across plots. This cannot achieve the first best. The first best must treat L and H differently. The uniform tax does not treat L and H differently, so it's not efficient. By the simple intuition of the targeting principle, you did not properly target on emissions, so you cannot hit the first best. Okay, so this is all pretty standard. We want to kind of wrinkle it, add a small wrinkle here where we think about bans. Okay, so again, in this very simple stylized example, with the ban, what you want to do is you want to ban deforestation on H. You want to protect H. Okay, so L is allowed to deforest. It's not banned. They pay no tax, so they lose zero. Instead of paying a tax and losing E, they pay no tax and they lose zero. H is the same as with the tax. H is protected because you banned it, and they lose the profits. They lose pi, no worse than the tax. So what I want to highlight here is that the targeting principle still applies, but it applies in a different way. Differently how? Well, you are still with the ban targeting poorly on emissions because the ban is not a function of the granular kind of very finely measured emissions on the particular plots. Okay, but actually we still hit the first best because it's still that L deforests and H is protected. But now by leaving L alone, you're really targeting the marginal players. And so the targeting on marginality is better, even though the targeting on emissions is worse. And so now, again, in the stylized example, this is better than the Pigouvian tax. You still hit the first best. We still maximize those producers, the kind of consumer surplus, producer surplus, government revenue, but we minimize producer surplus losses, and in doing so, lower that risk of repeal in the future. Okay, so now we want to take these principles to the data to see if it plays out there. Please.
Just a question on how it maps into data. So profit is constant across space. Is that correct? And is that an accurate assumption?
That's not an accurate assumption. So reality is more complex. In the empirical model, part of the empirical richness that we're going to lean into is observed spatial heterogeneity across all of these different plots with fine-grained spatial data that is basically going to allow us to have this be pi I in a way that we can measure and estimate. This is just a fixed example. Great, so we're going to first go to the Brazilian Amazon, and we're primarily going to live here. We're going to talk about the PPCDAM program, which strengthened forest regulation between 2005 and 2011, enforcing the Forest Code, criminalizing deforestation of unclaimed land. And what we're going to do is we're going to measure political resistance by agricultural firm owners via donations to political campaigns. We're going to have data on that. Okay, we're also going to have data on deforestation and the infractions issued by the kind of enforcement agency. And so first, as a kind of validation in a sense, we can see that this program that we're studying and defining as our treatment did actually have some bite. It really did strengthen regulation. Okay, deforestation rates fell. Here's where the program came in. Deforestation rates fell, and the citations that were issued also went up. So the program had some bite, and we're going to look at how that bite translates into political resistance. How do we measure that political resistance? We're going to have from the Electoral Commission the universe of donations, campaign donations. An important asterisk here is that these are formal donations, and so that's going to be a data constraint that we need to deal with and keep in mind. But given that within that kind of set of formal donations, it is everything. And it's everything for both state and federal elections on both the donor side and the candidate side in Brazil. What we can do is we can merge these data with data from the universe of firm registries, which tell us who agricultural firm owners are across the entire nation. We can identify donors and candidates who are themselves agricultural firm owners. And therefore, we can pull out from this large set of donors and candidates those who are identifiably likely to oppose forest regulation and be pro-agriculture. And so what we can see just in the raw data, and you'll see that we're basically going to allude to a diff and diff, which we're actually going to run on the next slide. We can kind of plot the campaign donations over time that are given out by donors before relative to after this reform in the agricultural sector relative to the non-agricultural sector. You can see that the agricultural sector has a bigger effect, has a bigger increase in donations after the reform relative to before. And we can also look on the candidate side. Okay, so we're going to do this formally in a diff and diff kind of setup where we're going to regress donations on the interaction of being agricultural or not, being an agricultural firm owner or not, in the agriculture sector or not, by before versus after. Okay, so these are the two differences. The first difference is agriculture versus non-agriculture. The second difference is before versus after the program, with all the necessary fixed effects. And then we're also going to control for municipality by election year fixed effects. Okay, clustering the standard groups. And this is what we get. First, agricultural donors increased their donations. Overall, they increased their donations by 5.81 thousand AIs. Okay, so how big is that? Well, this is the effect as a percentage of the pre-program mean. So they're kind of doubling, tripling their total donations, agricultural donors relative to non-agricultural donors. And then you can also think about donations, not just overall, but donations specifically to agricultural politicians, agricultural candidates. And here the effect is bigger. 300 versus 240, right? That is to say donations are going up and donations are tilting towards agricultural, anti-environmental regulation candidates. Particularly when that regulation is strong, we see these effects. So in places with high cloud cover, which prevents enforcement from the satellite imagery, and therefore regulation is weak, we don't see quite as large of an effect. Okay, so this positive effect that we document at baseline gets canceled out in these places where there's no enforcement and therefore no bite in the reform. And then in places where there were big drops, initial drops in deforestation, kind of suggesting that the program had a lot of bite and was quite binding in those areas, we see bigger effects, bigger increases in donations.
Just a point on interpretation to make is that very few farms actually have firm IDs. So the firms you're capturing as agriculture here would be a subset of the agricultural sector in the municipality. That's not the majority of the farms. There will be maybe the processing farms, other.
Absolutely.
Other parts.
So one thing is that that'll work against our finding and effect, right? Because that's going to push up the control group, and so then we can maybe think of this as a lower bound. But I don't know, Chico, if you have anything to add.
So the control groups also firm owners, so yeah, it's all formal section. So,
No, but even if even if a farm is formal, it will still not have necessarily the same.
right, so what we have in what we call farms, anything that's on the primary sector or food processing sector. So, and it's like not the business tax code level, it's the owners of any business, right? And the difference here is between owners of business in the primary sector and food processing versus other sectors. So yeah, we the very small farmer we can capture.
Awesome. So we find our effect, it's stronger in places where that regulation was really biting. And then we can also think about the Amazon where the regulation lived relative to the non-Amazon, which was not subject to the reform. And so then this is like a triple difference. And we see that this triple difference specification pops out similar strong increases in campaign donations. Now, to connect more tightly to the theory that we sort of talked through just now, we can also think about how bans, which we think about in this context as the expansion of protected areas, have effects that differ or do not differ relative to taxes, which we think about in this setting as the ability of that reform to actually be enforced and those laws to be enforced. And cloud coverage is what gives us variation in enforcement for the reason that I just mentioned. Why? Because if you have a lot of clouds, then the satellite imagery cannot see the deforestation activity in a particular area. And those satellite monitoring stations are how the Brazilian authority enforces and kind of monitors. Okay, so with high cloud coverage, in places with high cloud coverage, those places are not really enforced through the typical PPCDAM set of policies. And so the only policy that kicks in there is whether there are protected areas being rolled out or not. Okay, so what we're thinking about here is the set of places with no taxes, but a ban is getting rolled out. And there we don't see much of an effect. Okay, there's not political resistance that we're picking up there. Where we are picking up the political resistance is in places without protected areas. So let's take the bans away and let's just increase the ability of the Brazilian authority to enforce. So we strengthen enforcement, and if you increase the probability with which you get hit with a fine, that's like taxing you in expectation. And so we take away the bans without the protected areas, we increase enforcement with less clouds, and therefore put in a tax, and we do see this increase. So less clouds, less times negative is plus, so an increase in agricultural donations. We can also go to the full sample controlling for both, and we see that it is the cloud interaction that is driving this thing. So what is this saying? It's saying the taxes, the as if taxes are what are driving that political resistance relative to the as if bans. Please, Rosemary.
Sorry, I may have missed this, but are areas that get new protected areas, is that somewhat endogenously defined in terms of areas? And the second, I guess, related question is, you're right, you see no effect, there's a huge standard error around it. So it's also the question of, is this a very small sample once you cut it to high cloud areas of those that are protected areas, and so you just underpowered.
Sure. And, you know, the sample is not that small,
No, but the first, I'm really.
but it's true that the standard areas are large. I agree with that.
Column one.
Yeah, absolutely. I see what you're saying. This is, you know, well, this 12 and this 0 probably statistically different. And then what we should do is we should just here give you the p-value of the difference between this.
This may be more relevant just to understand what defines the
absolutely.
protected areas coming.
I agree with you. That's a short answer. And then to answer your first question, the sort of dealing with the potential endogeneity of these protected areas, I think we can also make a little bit of progress. But this is in a sense an attempt to connect this ban versus taxes thing that we have in our theory to the.
Yeah, I mean, I guess kind of indigenous you worry about is where do you put a protected area where there are fewer people affected? Fewer people affected means fewer people have an ability to give donations for it.
Sure. One thing that helps a little bit is I didn't put it in the slides, but we have a sort of a validation check where we look in the data. Instead of having donations as the outcome, we have deforestation as the outcome. And so what's sort of nice there is we can look at the impact of the protected areas and we can look at the impact of the clouds. And we might think that the clouds are kind of more exogenous. And we pick up that deforestation effect, I believe of similar magnitude actually, in both the, you know, to what extent do clouds impact deforestation? To what extent do protected areas impact deforestation? And so if we thought that the protected areas were totally endogenously selected, we would not expect those deforestation effects to be quite as similar. But this conversation makes me think that maybe that's a main text kind of figure instead of a button. Go ahead.
I was wondering, I can imagine like your theory also, if you had all negative effects, you might think that means you're kind of punishing the incumbents. And so you're withdrawing your donations. Can you tease apart in your data, like whether I'm giving to rival opponents or something, or is maybe other things like, does your model have a prediction for why we should see positive effects as opposed to negative effects?
Maybe not. It's a bit of a deep question. Let me reflect on that and get back to you. Empirically, I think we can make some progress on that because this sort of electoral tribunal data are quite rich. Where I'm kind of tripping a little bit is sort of then if we can kind of get the full empirical richness in the Brazilian electoral data, how do we tie that neatly in with the theory? That's what I need to think about a little bit. We can do the same diff and diff for the donations received by agricultural candidates. Agricultural candidates are receiving more donations, especially from agricultural donors. So the donations go up and are shifting in composition to come from a different set of people. And these agricultural candidates are getting more votes. They are more likely, they have higher vote shares and they're more likely to get affected both in federal and state Congress. This political resistance has real impacts on the ground and implications for political repeal, as we saw with Bolsonaro coming into power and deforestation rates going back up.
Earlier in your model, you didn't have consumer surplus affecting backlash, like in consumers, but then now you're showing that you're shifting votes. So then, is there a
good.
you square those things?
Well, so to the extent, you know, if we really narrowly interpret our theory is all about the kind of campaign domain, the political resistance by agribusiness sort of translating into repeal. And so in that sense, if the campaign donations enable politicians directly to get more votes, not necessarily by swaying hearts and minds, but by other, other means, whatever, then, that's not inconsistent with this. But I agree with you that I wonder if there's maybe some consumer surplus story to tell here as well. In the empirical model right now, we're shutting down consumer surplus just to keep things simple. The kind of more expanded version of this analysis will kind of bring that more to the core. And then I think that you're right to point out that that could connect nicely this year. Thank you. Okay, so in the last 5 minutes, we'll just walk through very briefly the kind of empirical quantification exercises that we do to be able to run countermeasures. Okay, so we're gonna look in Brazil, where it's pasture, soy, and maize that we're entertaining as kind of agricultural production that drives deforestation. And then we're also going to look in Indonesia, where palm oil is the big driver, and where peatland forest is incredibly carbon dense. It has 10 times, an order of magnitude, more carbon per hectare than non-peatland forest. And the peatland forest in Indonesia is going to drive big magnitudes in terms of emissions, and also a lot of spatial heterogeneity. Okay, so we have these two important empirical settings. We're going to have, to Agnes's question from before, fine-grained spatial data on plantation development, crop yields, market access, carbon stocks that are, related to the kind of Voxdev talk yesterday, going to allow us, because we're in this deforestation setting, to speak in very granular ways to what is happening on the margin as regulation comes in, which farm is turning on and off, and what carbon stocks and what crop yields does that farm have. Okay? We know who is marginal and who is not at granular scale. And what we're going to do is we're going to simulate regulation, and we're going to evaluate welfare connected to Paul's question. Right now, we're going to assume perfectly elastic demand. So consumer surplus is just going to be 0. That's kind of just for simplicity at this point. And then what we're going to do is we're going to simulate bans and taxes. For bans, we're going to change where we draw the cutoff. So we're going to make the cutoff lower and lower and lower and ban more and more land. And we'll show you on figures how much emissions go down relative to how much welfare is lost. We're going to do the same exercise with Pagoobian taxes that are proportional to carbon stocks. And we're going to take this tax rate, this multiplicative tax rate T, and we're going to make it higher and higher. We're going to raise it to be higher and higher. We're going to put bigger and bigger taxes. And you're going to see on the figure how much emissions go down and how much welfare is being lost as that policy gets strengthened. Go ahead.
This might be the wrong thing, but when you have differences in productivity by area and you're thinking about bands, do you not want to screen the areas based on the difference between emissions and productivity, rather than just emissions?
No, great, perfect. So this is important. We are not going to do that with the bands. That's going to be working against the bands, and that's tied to this targeting principle from before that I mentioned. And you're going to see, let me say it this way, given that I only have a couple of minutes. For now, we're not, and then you'll see what that looks like in terms of empirical impact, and then we can discuss how much that could be improved if we were to go in this direction. I'm going to skip the exact kind of modeling. This is a boiled down simple version. Veronica, Francisco, and I all have, more rich, sophisticated empirical models, but we boiled it down to be simple in this paper. So this is the main thing. All right. When you crank up taxes and make them stronger, you reduce emissions, great, but then you also increase how much welfare is lost. Domestic welfare is lost, which is producer surplus plus government revenue, because you're kind of putting stronger regulation down and cutting producer profits by more, and the government revenue is not enough to make up. Taxes are more efficient. Why? Because for any given level of emissions reductions that you can achieve, you're losing less in domestic welfare as Brazil relative to bans. Okay, so this is why the Pagoobian tax is efficient here. But if we're looking at producer surplus, the ban reduces and minimizes producer surplus losses. And for kind of more realistic values of possible emissions reduction, you can see for 10 gigatons of abatement, for example, the producer surplus losses are about half under a ban relative to something bigger under taxes. Okay, but once you crank up a lot, then the differences are small. But then you get no government revenue with bans. Okay, and that's why the producer surplus is better with taxes, because taxes offset this bigger number with government revenue that pushes down this number. In Indonesia, it's similar, but the magnitudes are different because of this peatland spatial heterogeneity. And then in Indonesia, actually, it's at the higher levels of abatement for the big, strong regulation that bans really are advantageous. And I also want to note here that Indonesia has a peat ban. You cannot develop peat that is greater than 3 meters in depth. And that's not a super strong policy. 3 meters is fairly deep, but it's coming a good length of the way towards killing off the entire industry and saving all of the forest. It's about equivalent to a 5 ton per CO2 tax, $5 per ton CO2 tax. Okay, so that's it. Conservation is political. We want to account for producer resistance, and this accounting for these politics is quantitatively important in Brazil and Indonesia. Thank you.
So yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. I know it's late in the day, so I hope I will still get some of your attention. I'm going to present the results of a large-scale trial where we looked at the impact of dynamic pricing on electrical vehicle public charging demand. So it's joint work with Andy Hackett, Robert Melcalf, Luca Panzoni, and Andrew Shine at Center for Net Zero. I am Louise Bernard. I used to be a student at LSE, and now I work for Center for Net Zero, which is an autonomous research center funded by Octopus Energy. So basically, we partner with Octopus Electroverse, which is a single kind of EV charging app that allows you to access all the charge, like a large amount of charging points in the UK and Europe. So for a bit of context of why we looked at EV public charging, we are soon going to enter in the mass adoption phase of electric vehicle. So basically we're like at the end tail of early adopters, like 13%, and nearly like early majority, which means that the growth of like, for example, EV sold in the UK is very high. So there is many costs and kind of barrier to EV adoption. One of the main one is that it's extremely it's extremely expensive, for example, to charge on public charging points. And that is because there is very high fixed cost in installing this kind of station and very low utilization at this point. And it causes problem in terms of equitable access. So like a third of the UK households do not have a driveway, meaning that they won't be able to charge at home and they will need to access reliable, fast public charging. And it's particularly problematic in urban areas. Yeah, so to kind of skip a bit ahead, obviously EV charging is going to increase the demand for electricity, especially at peak time during, for example, during a winter day, we can imagine that it will definitely overwhelm the current capacity. And that's why people are very interested in knowing if we can shift that like charging both on the private domestic house and also in the public public even charging. It's a problem at peak time, but it's also kind of a potential solution when there is high level of renewable in the grid, meaning very low electricity price and kind of a demand for this excess electricity. So yeah, in theory, EV flexibility could absorb over 15 terawatt-hour of electricity. And for customers, it's a very good thing because you could pass on this kind of low wholesale price to them and make it more affordable, because right now, yeah, as I mentioned, EV charging in UK, it's about 70p per kilowatt hour. So we're talking way more per miles than a normal ICE vehicle, and way more than domestic electric consumption. However, at this point, there is very little empirical evidence to know if there will be any kind of elasticity of public EV charging demand. So we don't know if people would be attracted to lower price, change where or when they charge, and what kind of welfare impact this policy could have. So that's kind of where we fit in. So there is some previous work that showed that customers are price sensitive when it comes to EV charging, mostly at home and at workplace. So like if you offer, like cheaper price at home, they might change from evening peak to lower time. And same thing for workplace. However, like time of use tariff can create potentially secondary peaks, which should also be a problem. So if everyone has the same cheap time to charge, it would really create another peak, for example, at night when there is not that much renewable on the grid. And that's so that's why there is also new research that have looked at more managed load charging. So for example, like we just plug your EV and then they decide when to charge at low price. So it's kind of like something almost similar we want to test on public EV charging. Can we offer dynamic price and people will respond, or is that fairly inelastic? So what we do is a large-scale national experiment. So we partnered with Electroverse. We got this large customer base, and there is no, one of the main strengths of this trial is like there was no self-selection. So people didn't opt in to participate. We just offered this price decrease at all the customer in their app. So to give a bit of context of what the app looks like, it's basically a map. You see all the charging points that are around you, both partner and non-partner. And by that, I mean like there is all the charging points. And then for about 60% of them, you can just use the app to charge directly and pay through the app or through a card if you have it. Thanks to this app, we have two datasets that are very useful. One is a dataset of all the chargers, the utilization, their price per kilowatt hour, if they're working or not. And on the other side, we also at the user level, we have access to their charging patterns, how much they charge, when they charge, at which price. Yeah, so just for a bit of context, in case you've never used one of these apps, you would click on whatever station you're interested in. On the map, it will tell you the speed, which is very important. Because if you take a low speed charger, it will take all night to charge a car. It's not exactly what we want when we want to offer a 1 hour price decrease. The price and the number of charging points available at that location. So as I mentioned, without price decrease, it's very expensive. Here, like in this example, I can't think you can read, but it's like 80p per kilowatt hour. So not exactly affordable. So that's where the price plunge come in. What we did is we offered events over 11 weeks. Yeah.
Sorry, just the context, like how many kilowatts does a typical EV these days need to fully charge?
About 22 to 25 kilowatt hour.
So it costs like £20 to charge.
Since the summary statistic, I think it's a bit more. Yeah, so we did this national experiment where we create this price plunge where we decrease the price by 15 or 40% during a 2 hour, well, mostly 2 hour windows at specific charging points. So it was not all available in the app. It was about maybe 12,000, yes, 12,000 of 6. And it was mostly fast charging points. So that's kind of important for some other results, meaning that you could fully charge a car on these points. We enrolled all the customers in their database that had notification enabled, and we offered like 4 kind of treatment. Well, a control group that received no information, a green message where we just send a message, hey, the grid is green, charge if you can. a 15% decrease, and a 40%. So just for information, it would look a bit like that. You click on you get an information about a price plunge notification. You click on one of the participating station and you see a much lower price. Yeah.
How does the percentage drops that you're
yeah
using there compare to the type of variability they would be used to?
I think it would be pretty large. So some stations offer two types of tariff, like a peak and off peak, but most stations have pretty much a flat fee.
And across station?
Across stations, there is large variability. So, sorry?
Of that sort of magnitude.
Yeah, so slow charging station would be a lot cheaper. So one that you can find, on the residential street where you will take all night, to charge your car, to very expensive if it's a very high speed charger. Yeah.
Could the control group consumers know about the treatment in other neighborhoods?
So the discount was, I'm going to explain it at the user level. So they will not have access to it, basically.
Yeah.
The firms could tell them, but they will not. The discount was applied at the user level, meaning that if they're part of the control group, they will not have it. Basically, it's just through your app that you receive the discount when you pay.
Couldn't you communicate that information across people?
It's not a code. It's like basically your ID. We give you
Specific to
yeah.
eco.
So you can't really transfer it. So yeah, but for fairness, because some customers do notice these kind of things and they exchange on, Twitter, no, X now, and other social platform. We did a crossover design, not a complete one, where basically each participant experienced at least 3 out of 4 of the treatment. So we randomized basically 4 groups. The first group started with a 40% decrease. The second one, 15, control and green. And then they basically swapped around, like the first block of events, 8 of them, and then a week washout with no event. And then they would swap, get another discount, and continue. We didn't do a complete one because we wanted to keep it short, under 11 weeks. Yeah, we wanted to have that every customer could experience at least some kind of discount. We tested to see if there was any spillover effect between washouts, and we didn't find any evidence of that. So in terms of estimation strategy, it was pretty standard. We basically looked at the impact on kilowatt hour charged during events and the likelihood of charging during price plunge events based on your treatment assignment, some controls, which is your prior charging average, event fixed effects, and we cluster the standard errors at the customer level. Yep. And what we found is that there is a very large elasticity, price elasticity. Basically, the 40% discount, discount group increased their charging by 117%. The 15% discount increased their charging by 30%. The green message did not increase compared to the control group. Yeah.
A couple of questions. First, how was it decided what periods of the day these discounts were applied on?
Yeah.
And second, can you see like usage? So is it basically, does this mean that they're driving more, or does it mean that they're shifting when they're charging across the day?
Yeah. So the events were mostly in period where the grid was fairly cheap. So during the day, some were even at night, but there was some customer dissatisfaction about that, so we stopped. Yeah, so none were at peak time basically, and we had like a good range between evening, like late at night, morning, midday, early afternoon, but nothing past 4 p.m. basically. And the second one,
are they driving more? Or are they just
yeah? We do a lot of tests on displacement. but our data set really, well, I'm going to show you in the next slide, doesn't have some limitation. So we don't observe the miles driven. So all we do is try to see if there is any secondary peaks in the data that we have. And so far we haven't found much, yeah.
Do you see their total charging activity over the following weeks? And then
Yeah.
presumably if total charging went up, they've driven more.
Yeah, it didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it just shifted.
Yeah. We have indications it's just shifted, but I think, yeah, I'm going to explain it through chart. I think it's, even if there was displacement, it might not be that easy to capture. So I don't think we want to make strong statement about
They
it.
might charge from outside the app.
Yeah, they might charge from outside the app, they might charge at home on another platform. Like it's hard to say.
Yeah, so how much does the app represent in terms of like how much do they charge in the app versus what they have?
We did a survey. I don't remember on top of my head, but that is definitely something I can look up. I think it's mostly punctual charging. I mean, we have different, I'll show you in the version, we have different type of drivers, but a lot of like just doing it on errands, you know. I don't think it's their main charging source. So quite surprisingly, talking about displacement, we really thought that there would be maybe some crowding out between participating and non-participating charging points, and it's not what we found. We found that actually there is a very, very large increase in kilowatt-hour charge in the participating station, especially for the 40% discount. It's like a 280% increase in kilowatt-hour use. 15, it's about 57. And there's basically none in the non-participating station. And we were kind of expecting something negative, you know, like maybe stealing a bit, and it's not what we observe. It's a bit surprising, but also it's not the same kind of station. As I say, like the price plunge one were fast ones, when obviously the majority might not be as fast or as convenient. So there might be things like that. We also looked around the day of the event to see if there was any kind of time displacement. And again, we really don't observe much change. Like we observe a large peak during the event, which is like 0 on this graph, and basically no change before or after the event. Like here I look at 24 hours, but we also look at 48 or like total charging in a week or a month, and there is no much change. And again, it could be that it's just, I think, a bit hard. Like it's a fair limitation. Like there might be just charging else. Like we can't observe their like app activity versus other apps. So, or maybe it's so diffuse that our standard error are too big to like capture anything. Yeah, for a small sample, we also have access to their home consumption. Yeah.
Maybe you're going to talk to this, but I wonder if you can restrict your analysis to just households within central London where there's almost no at-home charging and it's all on the street.
I think it won't be enough of a sample, but yeah, we definitely can try that. Yeah.
And if you already have neighborhoods which are differentially exposed to real-time pricing, could you benchmark your treatment effects with observational estimates? Like if you already have some chargers, even without the experiment, which have been exposed to dynamic pricing.
Oh yeah.
Just do OS and see how far that's off from your estimates.
Yeah, we could try that. I think that would be very interesting because I think there would be some elasticity.
It tells you how much.
But I think like the ones that do that, my guess would be extremely congested charger, which I might have very different dynamics.
You can find an instrument.
Yeah. So yeah, for a small sample of people, we have access to their home electricity consumption because they linked their Electroverse account to the Octopus Energy account to get some additional discount, I guess. And we don't see any change in home consumption by group, meaning like we don't think we're carving out any kind of home charging. Again, that is also not totally surprising. Like home charging would be much cheaper than anything and much more convenient than anything that you can find on the street. So I was not really expecting anything there, but you know, it's a test. Okay, but there is one thing that we do know might be happening, is some payment platform switching. Okay, this part is a bit complex, so bear with me. What we observe during the trial is all these receipts, electroverse receipts at the user level. What we can do is the same analysis, but at the charger level, looking at their electricity consumption. So contrary to the experiment, we don't have access to user data. Obviously, we don't know who charged at this point, but we can do a pre-post. So it's kind of what we did. We did a pre-post using all the receipts and observed an increase about 40,000 kilowatt hour. And that matched up nicely with the RCT results when you add everything up. And we resized this number with the share of charger for which we have smart meter data. And we found that the increase should be around 37,000 kilowatt hour in theory from the receipts. But what we observe in the charger is half of that. So that's a bit puzzling. What's happening is that most likely these people were going to charge at that charging point at that time, but realized that they could have a 40% discount if they changed their platform to pay. So instead of using the native charging point operator cards or app, they use Electroverse. So that's something that we know about the results. It's like you need basically to, if you want to know the grid level impact of dynamic pricing, you kind of need to think about that. I mean, it's kind of interesting still because I think these apps have a very good, a very good way to administer these kind of events. But you need to know that obviously there's going to be some dilution in the treatment. Yeah, so in summary, because there's quite a few findings, we find a doubling in consumption across the whole network from the 40% price drop group. This is mostly driven by increased demand at participating chargers. And we don't find any evidence of displacement across non-participating charger, time, or home charging, which can be two things. Either is because it's additional demand, people drive more, or it's because we can't capture it, which, you know, I think maybe we can't capture it. But we see substantial evidence of app switching because people, you know, can take a 40% discount if that doesn't cost them anything. But the takeaway is like you can still really like use this price, this price shift to like kind of increase electricity demand at location. Yeah.
Thank you. It may be good that you didn't find a displacement, but it is concerning, right? What you analyze actually is effect of discounting, not dynamic pricing. Dynamic pricing would suggest that during peak hours, they pay more. But we are not seeing that. We are only seeing discount. And in any market, you see discount, we expect consumption to increase, and it does increase. But we are in environmental week. We are saying that consumption is increasing, and to me, it's concerning. I don't know if that is possible to do a follow-up to have this pure dynamic pricing analysis. I don't like the way you implement the randomization, though. It's quite dynamic. Everybody has a plan. I really like that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's a very good point. I think a follow-up trial would definitely be more like congestion type of pricing where we increase. That would be cool too in the future. That being said, it's still very interesting to look at price drop in the context of public charging, because we know in the middle of the day, in like there can be like very low price or even negative price in the UK. So there is local grid constraint. So there is definitely opportunities for this to be a very effective tool to help the future grid. In the dynamic thing, like the price discounts have not been chosen randomly. We basically asked electroverse which price points they would like to put to react to the market price that they observe. So and we're just testing two different ones. But yeah, obviously we could try something even more dynamic. But then there is a problem with attention customers, like sometimes simpler treatment is best. But yeah, there's definitely multiple trials that we can run out of this that will be very interesting for us. Yeah.
I was curious, I guess, about what this says about the aggregate value or aggregate profits of the grid. So the 50% new demand is just adding, but then because of this, if there's some way to at least benchmark sort of the cost differences across these different apps, and so then to say something about, if it adds aggregate value or how much the aggregate profit increase there is, because
yeah, I think
because that would then, induce more with the implication it could induce more investment in these grids or make.
Yeah, I think we would need like a bit more data, I think, on some of the costs by different, electroverse CPOs. But yeah, that's definitely still something very important. Okay, I don't know how much time I have left.
2 minutes.
Oh, okay, we're going to go fast. So we see greater response for those levies closer to chargers, and that is kind of a nice gradient going down. That is true for all kind of treatments, but it's price really matters as you get further away from the charging point. We can even see that very close, the green message has some kind of positive impact on charging, and seems to backfire when you go further away, which makes sense in a customer experience perspective. What we see is once you segment the different users between your local user that are probably using it regularly to charge because they don't have a driveway or because they move around in their car in the city, that's definitely these people that use the price plunge the most. When people that use on long distance trips, are not very responsive, which makes sense. They probably have some other constraint. We see greater response from people living in lower income area, especially on the 40% decrease in price. And it kind of seemed to rebound, but that's also might be just because they live very close to charger in high influence city center. We see large regional variation. It's mostly driven by the fact that urban area see roughly double the increase of rural area, and they have just most of the charger at these points. And people are most responsive during the morning and daytime and on weekends compared to evenings and all the time. In terms of welfare impact, there's a large customer surplus from lowering the EV charging price by 40%. It's basically 1.5 pounds for every pound spent. That could be very large bill saving, especially if you go down to something close to the wholesale market price. But even from this kind of discount, you could go on par with petrol cost or at home charging. And there is large grid benefits of this program, especially if we had better coverage. So in conclusion, we see that EV drivers are highly responsive to price signal. They create a large amount of demand during a period of high renewable generation. And there is greater response for people living in lower income area and close to charging points. So, improving the network of charging points is a very important policy recommendation. We see significant variation in response by geography and time of the day and large economic welfare gains.
Now we have our last.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for staying here until the last. I think I'm the last speaker before the public lecture. So thank you all, and also thank you myself for waiting. I'm in my last year in my PhD at Columbia Sustainable Development Program. I'm on the market. And I did my master here at LSE, so it's really good to be back. So today I'm going to talk about the relationship between the policy intensity and policy effectiveness. And I think this session was really well organized because like your talk, like Alan's talk was really like highly aligned well with my talk at the broader level. So basically I'm focusing on the vehicle control policy in South Korea, trying to tackle the air pollution. But even though I'm focusing on the case of Seoul, it is highly generalizable to any other city across the world, and also to other environmental policies, or actually any policies other than environmental field. So basically this kind of policy that you try to control the vehicle or trying to reduce the air pollution through transportation sector is highly popular around the world, like LEZ policy or congestion pricing or command and control policy. As you can see in the recent introduction of congestion pricing in New York, or there is like really famous LEZ policy going on in London and in Berlin and so many cities around the world. And especially in South Korea, the air pollution is a very serious problem. So it is kind of obvious or like natural if you can see the color of the air. So during the winter, everybody in South Korea knows that the color of the air is yellow. So even if you're not interested in environmental issues, it's a very salient problem, and everybody is like highly paying attention to PM 2.5, PM 10 pollution level. And among that urban PM 2.5, 20% of it comes from the transportation sector in South Korea, Seoul. So Seoul has introduced a series of measures to reduce this air pollution coming from the transportation sector, mainly focusing on phasing out old diesel vehicles, which we call category 5 cars. So Seoul is classifying the vehicles into 5 categories according to their emission level, so basically based on their fuel type and vintage. So the category 5 cars are mainly old diesel vehicles that were produced before 2005. And category 1 cars are like EVs or gasoline-based vehicles that were made after 2016. And if you look at the registered number of the vehicles per category, the category 5 car takes about 10% of the total vehicle, but they account for 50% of the PM pollution. So Seoul is really interested in phasing out this vehicle and trying to make people to transition to cleaner vehicle categories. And this is like one example of how they look like. They just look like SUVs or like just your vehicle that you would normally see on the road. And some of these measures include banning all diesel cars from the city center. And this is the map of Seoul area, entire city of Seoul. And this area is the city center, which we call green zone or low emission zone. So you can think about this as like a CBD area in New York or commercial and business district. And during the winter time, when the yellow dust problem is very serious, we are expanding this low emission zone to entire city. And this is my favorite slide, by the way. So there has been some anecdotal evidence of people trying to come up with some creative way to go around or get around or circumvent or exploit the loophole of this policy as this policy was introduced and ratcheted up. So I went undercover. So I joined an online community of old diesel car drivers, pretending that I also drive an old diesel car, and saw what kind of conversation was going on. So this happened before I started my research. I was like, is something that is really happening in reality? And I saw a lot of like evidence of people sharing the tips or tactics on how to avoid this policy. So I was like, okay, so this is worth, like investing my time. So to give you some of the background, Seoul is detecting this or prohibiting the entrance of the old diesel cars into the city center using the surveillance cameras, and they pick up the old diesel cars based on the license plate number. So there is like 100% of the detection probability. And then what I saw from the online community is that they are sharing the location of those surveillance cameras. And the guy on the top, he's saying that when I had to use my car, I detour around this green zone, or I use my car very late at night or early in the morning, because the crackdown time is only from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. So during the daytime. So people were like, and this person is saying that the crackdown time is only from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. So it's not impossible to drive your car still. And these people here are sharing the information about this agency that manipulates the emission test results. So basically, if your emissions gas is below 10%, then you get exemption. So basically what they're doing is that they're recommending some specific agency that kind of manipulates that car. Like they kind of clean up the muffler just before the inspection and they kind of like manage it. So this is, I'm not going to focus on this behavior in my paper, but this is another, future paper. Like I could see some bunching at the threshold of the emission test rate. But yeah.
Just to clarify, in what sense do we think that this evasion behavior is a failure of the policy? In some sense, the PM damages are damaging when people are on the street experiencing whatever, which presumably from those time, if someone's sneaking their car in at midnight, and the damages associated with that are presumably much lower.
Yeah, so what I'm going to try to say is that as the policy ratchets up, people might develop this kind of tactic even more, which can actually go against the policy intention. So if you take the detour road around the green zone, then it actually emits more air pollution into the air compared to the absence of the policy or absence of the policy.
So you're more interested in the spatial shift than the temporal shift?
No, actually the opposite. So I'm actually doing both, but I'm going to focus on the intertemporal substitution first, and then I'm going to talk about the spatial substitution as well. So the intertemporal here is people shifting their traveling time to the outside of the crackdown hours. So basically it's kind of our inter-hour substitution. But I'm also looking at the detour.
But you account for differences in damages by different hours.
That's going to be the next step. So like in terms of the damage, maybe like the spatial substitution using the detour might be more harmful in terms of the environment. So that's going to become up when we like calculate the welfare cost. But like I'm focusing more on like amount of that kind of avoidance behavior.
Do you have the emissions at each point in space?
I have the traffic data at each. So I'm gonna translate the result into the air quality at the later part. But if you think about it, the most immediate response to the policy is to adapt your traffic, right? Is to change your traffic. So as a most immediate response to those, I'm looking at the traffic data, and then I'm gonna translate it into the air quality.
But are you looking at whether people are getting rid of their cars as well?
Yeah. So as you just mentioned, what policymakers wanted to do was first make the category 5 car drivers to install the filter, and 2, get rid of their car and upgrade to the cleaner vehicle. So they are subsidizing this 2 particular behavior, which I'm going to call full compliance. However, as I said, there is this intertemporal or spatial substitution behavior happens as well, which is to shift the travel time to non-crackdown hours, especially early in the morning, like 5 a.m., or just after the crackdown time ends, which is 9 p.m. And also, you can think about the spatial substitution of using the detour roads around the green zone. So I have 2 research questions. The first one is to see whether there is a policy leakage, so whether people are actually intertemporally or spatially substituting. And the second research question is the extension of the first one. So basically, what is the relationship between the policy intensity and policy effectiveness? So here, I'm going to define policy intensity as as a penalty increase or subsidy change. And policy effectiveness is going to be the combined concept of compliance and non-compliance and this kind of substituting behavior. And if you want to, get the relationship between X and Y, you need some variation in terms of X and Y. And I chose the setting of Seoul because it gives a good variation in terms of the policy intensity. So Seoul has been gradually intensifying its policy over the years. So I have this variation in X. In terms of the Y, people in South Korea are responding really quickly. So information dissipates really quickly. And as I saw in the online community, people are sharing information really actively. So actually, I was inspired by Kyle Meng's paper on Waxman Markey bill, if you know that paper. So there were a series of policy events, and he saw how the stock market reacts. So it's kind of like that. So I'm gonna look at several policy ratcheting events of South Korea, and then see how people's avoiding tactic or loophole exploitation or substituting behavior changes at each point of the ratcheting stage. My paper can be related to several branch of literature. So there are a lot of papers looking at the effectiveness of transportation air pollution policy, such as LEZ or congestion pricing. I can also connect to the literature looking at the enforcement. So what affects firms' decision or individuals' decision to comply or not comply. And also there are some papers that focus specifically on Korea's air pollution policy. And my contribution is that in my theoretical framework, I explicitly include the option of intertemporal or spatial substitution in the decision-making problem. So originally, a lot of people might think that there are two types of responses that the driver can choose, which is comply or not comply. But in that compliance behavior, I take out some of the behavior which is not necessarily environmentally friendly. So if you think about taking the detour roads or shifting your traveling time, technically these are not illegal. This is also kind of compliance, but these are not environmentally friendly. So I take these behavior from the compliance and I define these type of behavior as an avoidance. And what is left in compliance is what I call full compliance, which is legal and which is environmentally also beneficial. But I'm gonna talk about the definition again when you go to the theoretical section. And then also a lot of existing paper, they treat the policy event as a one-time shot or dichotomous event. But in reality, it's not, like the policymakers, when they start some policy, they also don't have perfect information. They also kind of experiment, they also learn. And, as the policy rolls out, they kind of gather the information and the policy becomes a little bit better and better. And also sometimes they ratchet up the policy to induce more compliance as they go on. So that's something that happens in reality in any policy, like not just environmental policy, but really any policy. But it's not studied very much in the existing literature. So I see instead of treating this policy as like a one-time shock, I introduce several events, ratcheting events, and see how people react at each point of the ratcheting. Finally, I acquired a very detailed and unique data set through a FOIA request to South Korea government, which has the traffic data at an hourly level, at a road level, and at an emission category level. And this enables me to give really direct and clear evidence of intertemporal substitution because I have an hourly level data, and also the road level data enables me to give a spatial substitution. Some of the papers were using the proxies such as gasoline prices or gasoline sales, vehicle registration, because they didn't have the traffic data. But the traffic is like a most immediate response for this kind of.
But how does the evasion you talked about earlier affect that data?
So
is that from the same thing that monitors the cameras or whatever that you were saying people avoid the cameras, or is it some other data source?
It is from the cameras. So what I'm going to do is that people are shifting, for example, for intertemporal substitution.
Intertemporalism is fine, yeah.
So people are, I'm going to see that or the non-crackdown hours, like late at night or early in the morning. The treated group or the targeted category vehicle.
Yeah, for intertemporal, it's fine. For the interspatial, that's how I was. or
Spatial is
other
also,
kinds of- I guess other kinds of Asians.
yeah, but they are, so they are coming from the same source. I'm using the same set of data to see intertemporal.
I had another question actually, since I already interrupted you once. So forgive me if you already answered this, but like, what do we need to know about sort of the process of PM in the atmosphere? In the sense of like, imagine we just got people to substitute from daytime to nighttime. But if PM sticks around for 48 hours, doesn't matter. If it only sticks around for 10 minutes, that's a big improvement. So like, and likewise, the spatial stuff is gonna depend on how much the stuff spreads and wind and whatever. So like, what's the right what's the externality we care about and in the PM sort of atmospheric process?
Right.
And how does that help us think about these questions?
Yes, so actually like the air quality, I'm still working on that air quality part. And maybe it's like a good thing to people shift their like traffic to late at night because, you know, if no one is out there during the nighttime, then like shifting to some air.
It depends how long it persists.
Right, like how long and like how, also in terms of the spatial, you know, like spillover, like what's gonna be.
Even if you can't measure this in the data, if you could just sort of like have us a slide of like, you know, I talked to my favorite atmospheric chemist and here's what she said about
This is
like.
what he said. Oh, yeah, I can, I do have a chemist, like air, like, I do have a friend who does this like air dynamics, so I can definitely talk to him. Thanks.
But also on the spatial point, I guess if they're going through the CBD and passing government buildings, that could be better than going around and then going past tons of residential buildings, or it could be the inverse. And so sort of who lives there and how much exposure.
Right. And also adding to it, I think the fact that in that CBD area is actually not like a super residential area. So usually like a lot of people stay there during the daytime and like during the nighttime they go outside. So I think also I have to like think about the share of the residential versus like commercial buildings when I calculate them.
I mean, it's sort of variations on a theme, but I think broadly speaking, the answer to Ben's question is it's going to be pretty localized and pretty short-lived. But there is also the question as to what the policy intention was here. So from what you've just said, during the day, this is when all the workers are in town. Maybe that's exactly what they're trying to protect within a particular area, and both the spatial and the temporal substitution are totally in line with the aims of the policy, depending on.
Right.
I mean, do you have a sense of the objectives in terms of both the delineation and the time period? They presumably motivate that with reference to some damage function that we understand.
Yeah. So actually the policy, like the main policy intention was not that. It was just to like, the main intention was to phase out the old diesel cars, but this kind of evasive behavior are kind of delaying the transition into cleaner vehicles or like adopting the low emission measures. So in that sense, but but I get the idea because like maybe it was also in the policymakers' mind when they designed this policy that, oh, maybe we want to kind of like spread out the risk to like nighttime, and then that's also something that we can.
But that's an interesting distinction, how far it's sort of a congestion charging motivation versus a transition
into the green.
Make it less appealing as a technology to wear.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think I saw it.
With the data that you have, can you recover the elasticity of traffic congestion on number of vehicles? Because that's gonna matter a lot for like the amount of pollution you're gonna have in response to the different cars.
Yeah, I didn't do it, but I can definitely do that. All right. So to give you the preview, I'm gonna talk about the theoretical framework, and then there's gonna be the prediction coming out from my theory. And then next up will be, of course, testing that theoretical prediction out and see if it holds true in reality. As for the empirical analysis, I'm going to focus on this intertemporal substitution behavior, and I'm going to answer my 2 research questions. But if I have time, I'm going to also cover spatial substitution of using detour and also the air quality. But still, I'm still working on this part about like health impact.
Okay, so just out of curiosity, do you observe that scrappage actually increased?
Yeah, so I have the scrappage data and I also have the filter installation data because the government is subsidizing them. So people are applying to government, people are letting know the government, hey, I'm getting rid of my car, please give me the subsidy. So I do have that information. It's not panel. So I only have it's like a time series data. So I see that after some like policy intervention, those kind of scrappage also goes up. But that's going to be also considered in my theoretical framework.
And then if they scrap it, it's gone.
It's
They
not-
can't
it's
sell it.
irreversible. Yeah, yeah. It's just like they destroy the car. It's not going to be appear again in the secondhand car market. So it's just gone. So theory. I think I covered a little bit, but so basically, I'm looking at to give you an option. I'm looking at whether the increase in policy intensity increases the policy effectiveness, and as you might have guessed, it's not. And this is going to be my main testable hypothesis of the paper. So I'm going to measure the increase in policy intensity as an increase in penalty or effective penalty. And then I'm going to see if it increases the number of people who try to avoid the regulation. So within this theoretical framework section, I'm going to first talk about a situation with one driver in the short run. And then I'm going to expand the model to n driver situation in the short run. And then the third step is going to be, I'm going to talk about situation with n drivers in the long run. So let's consider there is a category 5 car driver who's trying to make a decision on 3 possible outcomes: full compliance, avoidance, and non-compliance. And I model this as a 2-step decision because this kind of full compliance, which is installing the filter or early scrappage, is kind of irreversible. So you in the first step, you decide whether or not to scrap your car. And if you decided not to, then you're facing 2 options between avoiding or pay the penalty, like outright violation. Yeah.
Going back to Claire's point, driving at midnight is compliance, no?
So yeah, so here I would like to make it clear that I'm separating the compliance behavior into 2 groups based on the category of environmentally friendly or not. So here, what I define to be full compliance is some behaviors that are legal and that are also environmentally beneficial. But this new concept of avoidance is behaviors that are still legal, like driving at night or taking the detour, but not environmentally friendly, or delay the adoption of the full compliance measures or transition into the cleaner vehicle, such as intertemporal or spatial substitution. And non-compliance is simply just this is like an outright violation. So you just drive into the green zone and pay the penalty. And I'm modeling these 3 outcomes as a perfect substitute, but in the paper, I'm allowing for a different level of substitutability, like saying that avoidance and non-compliance are more substitutable than non-compliance and full compliance. But here in the toy model, let's just assume that they are perfectly substitutable. And I'm assuming that there is no additional utility coming from the fact that you are taking the detour, or you don't get excited by taking the detour or driving late at night. So I'm assuming that the utility is coming only from the completion of a trip. So in that sense, since they are perfect substitute, they're gonna just compare the relative cost and go for the cheapest option. And there's gonna be the corner solution. So, and each of these outcome has associated costs. So P stands for penalty. So this is the marginal non-compliance cost. And this is homogeneous to every drivers. F is marginal compliance cost. It's the cost associated with early scrappage and filter installation. And this is individual specific. And C is the marginal avoidance cost. So driving late at night is tiring. And if you take detour, you might need to travel for the longer distances, which might require more fuel. So this is also costly, and this is also individual specific. And in the short run, I'm assuming that the cost does not change. And by short run, what I mean is the interval between the policy events that changes this relative cost. So if in the absence of the change in the cost, the drivers will pick the corner solution, which means that a driver for whom compliance is the cheapest option, he will assign all of his trip to compliance behavior. And in that sense, we can do the same thing for the avoidance and non-compliance. In that sense, we can categorize drivers into 3 types who are compliers and non-compliers and avoiders. So now we're expanding this model into N driver situation. So since F and C are individual specific, the drivers can be mutually exclusively categorized into 3 types. And here I'm looking in the decision tree, I'm looking at the second step where the drivers are deciding between avoidance and non-compliance. I'm ordering the drivers in a descending order based on their avoidance cost. So the driver with the highest avoiding cost is going to be standing here, and the driver with the lowest C will be here. So like the drivers who are located here will choose non-compliance because for them paying the penalty is cheaper than avoiding. And for the same reason, people who are here is going to be avoiders because for them avoiding is cheaper than penalty, right? Through the same reason, we can do the same thing in the first step. And I divided the case into 2. The case when C was cheaper than P, then people will compare P with F in the first step. So people whose compliance cost is cheaper will end up being compliers, and people whose non-compliance is cheaper will end up being non-compliers. I think I have to do it quickly, but yeah. And then now we extend it to the long run. So let's consider some policy scenario where this relative cost of each option changes. So I'm particularly gonna talk about the scenario where the government increased the penalty, hoping to encourage some compliance. So what happens is that if penalty goes up, then some of the non-compliers will shift or switch to compliers because the penalty has increased in the first step. However, for the people whose avoiding cost was cheaper than penalty, this policy scenario is not binding because already in the first place, penalty was more expensive than avoiding, and penalty increase wouldn't make any change to this population. So avoiders, the original avoiders will remain in their group. There is no exit in that category. And finally, in the second step, when the drivers are comparing non-compliance and avoidance, if this P shifts up, then this AD will shrink, right? Means that non-compliers will shift to avoiders. So to sum up, if penalty goes up, some of the non-compliers will switch to compliers, but some of the remaining non-compliers will find it cheaper to switch to avoiders. So we end up in an equilibrium with a penalty where there are actually more avoiders than before the penalty increase. And this kind of increase in avoiders will be even more serious if the C curve is flat. So my hypothesis is that an increase in penalty will increase the number of the avoiders. And in the empirical section, I'm going to compare a series of events. So what I have to do is I have to order the events in terms of the stringency and then see how the number of the avoiders changes at each time. So yeah, in 1 minute, I'm going to go through my empirical analysis. So these are the policies that I'm going to look at. So basically, in December 2019, the green zone policy was started. And then 7 months later, they lifted the grace period that were originally given to 300 drivers. So the grace periods are given for several reasons, including if there's like no compatible filter out there, or if the drivers pledge it to take the low emission measures by at some point. And then since I don't have the pre-period data for the very first event, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to run the diff and diff for each of these 3 events and compare the magnitude of the impact on the substituting behavior. And in terms of the ordering of the stringency, event number 3 was the most stringent event, and then event number 4, and then event number 2. So remember the ordering is 3, 4, 2. So that, let's see if that ordering gets translated into the number of the voters. Okay, so this is my model, and since I'm looking at
To wrap up in 1 minute.
Sure, yeah. So I'm just gonna throw like I think we have like a long break, so if you want to talk about it, feel free to come. So basically I saw that after the policy event, the nighttime traffic for the treated group, for the category 5 car group goes up compared to the other categories. And also it is visible from the event study and also in the different depth. And also for the other policy events, you could see that there is a statistically significant increase in the number of the local drivers. And research question number 2 was to compare the magnitude, and I could see that, you know, the ordering, you can also see the ordering in terms of the policy effectiveness. So the side result is that I could see the same thing going on in terms of the spatial substitution. And also in terms of the air quality, what you see is that during the daytime, you see the reduction in air quality in the crackdown hour, crackdown area, but actually it's just happening because of the shifting to the nighttime air pollution. So, okay, so I think I wrapped up, and thank you so much for your attention.